dick. Oh, like, sorry about, sorry I'm on so late. For some odd reason, YouTube wouldn't let me start a live stream. I literally wrote out all the, all of the info and the comments, all that stuff that you have to do to start a stream. I did that like well, not 15 times, but I did it like 5 good times and like went through and was, detailed and put everything in and then go to create the stream and it says, oh, something went wrong. Try again. Did that 5 times, man. And then I just said, screw trying to use YouTube. And I just went to OBS and did it through OBS, which luckily that there is that option. Thank goodness. I don't know what I would have done otherwise. Maybe it's honestly, maybe uh, it's for the best. Maybe like on Friday, I could do like a later stream, you know, like that strikes me as, maybe a good idea, honestly. You guys are quite, you guys are night owls for sure, which I guess I am as well for the most part. Yeah, if I try to do something, if I try to do a stream before 9 o'clock, I get like one person every 10 minutes might come through. That's it. I kind of learned that lesson, but just kind of just talking here for a second while I roll a cigarette. I'm like, I, I guess we probably watch. We might watch some of that Candace Owens debate with Andrew Wilson. I watched some of it, like a few minutes of it while it was live. Wasn't very entertaining, or at least the part I watched. And that's kind of not. And the reason why is, basically my critique of Andrew Wilson is like, winning debates, it's not necessarily entertaining. Like it depends on how you win the debate, of course, but Andrew Wilson, he like he tries to win the debate by saying, you know, uh, where is where is your inference at? What are you where are you making this inference? Or had a couple of things that were kind of goofy. Uh, but and I get what he's saying. It's just it's not sexy to win or to see a debate like that. It's not sexy to win a debate like that. You know, it just isn't. When you think of debate, you think of one person or both people laying out either an affirmative, hopefully it's an affirmative or at least a negative, why you shouldn't do something if it's not, you know, um, positive, like this is good for you because, um, but usually, it's one person presenting their argument or their idea and the other person arguing against that idea or, a, some iteration of that more or less. And they like intellectually throw down, like duel, like they kind of they um thrust and parry and dodge. It's very much so, like word fencing. That really is what it is, repartee. But we're kind of taking for granted that both actors, both interlocutors understand debating, understand persuasion, understand it, like they understand it enough to explain it to a 5-year-old kid. Or you know what I mean? Explain it to a small child, and that small child actually be able to walk away knowing knowing what what debating is about and what you can't do or what's considered winning. Whereas and that's Andrew Wilson. I'm sure he could explain it to a 5-year-old, but uh, that's that's great and all. But it's like we want to see people with that are creative people with ideas that are their own, defending those ideas and whatnot. You know, we want to see emotion and fire and swagger. You know, convictions, values, as opposed to technicalities. You know, like because that's kind of Andrew Wilson's deal is he knows debate. You know, and there are rules for debate. You know, there are legitimate rules like in the Oxford Union and stuff. But and that's great and all for those intellectual institutions, but it's not entertaining. That's the thing. It's not entertaining. It doesn't put on a good show. And that's kind of why I mean, that's why I didn't even, I mean, because Tucker had his show on at the same time. And it was with him and Glenn Greenwald were discussing America. Shoot, darn it. Yeah, they were discussing America and like the problems with America. And one second. Never mind. I'm gonna stream on Twitter, but never mind. Man, that crap with YouTube really messed me up. Like, you know, because and what really sucked is I kind of set everything up and then left it, did something else because I assumed, you know, that'll be fine. When I come back, I'll just start start the stream. I come back at the last minute and it says something went wrong. Try again. Like, oh my goodness, man. Like, really though. I mean, that's how it felt anyway. Pain in the ass. Summer sale, lock in $30 off for Rumble Premium. Are you kidding me? Rumble advertises through their chat box now? That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Like, I can't even. Whatever, man. Whatever. Seriously. Whatever. That's how. It's like, that's kind of how everything is. You know, and like, way that I set up the stream, like the name, you know, imagine if we didn't live in such an incredibly fair and progressive and understanding society. Like, could you imagine? Could you imagine if we had injustices like in the past? Like, man, what a tragedy. It would be like hell on earth, wouldn't it? Could you imagine if we privileged one group of people over another because of their skin color? Like, whoa, man. Like, what a world that would be to live in. Like, dude, I couldn't like, you know, I would just I would rather be dead than that. And yeah, like that popped into my head and I was thinking to myself, like, when did America literally abandon everything, anything and everything else in the pursuit of fairness? When did this happen? When I was a kid, you couldn't complain about anything without somebody jumping in and going, life's not fair. Life's not fair. You know, you just gotta, and you know, it used to piss me off to no end when I was a kid. And people would say something like that. But now, thinking to myself, like, bro, that was so much better of a reality to live in. so head and shoulders above this garbage reality that we live in today. It's trash, utter trash. We put fairness and we put so much value on fairness. We put fairness above our own survival. Like, we would rather be fair than live. We would rather be fair right this second than live in 2 seconds. Like, seriously. It's what our entire society is oriented for. It's what the entire society is concerned with. Everybody is putting so much energy into fairness, into and not necessarily not objective fairness, but like we are spending or using all of our political capital and all of our smartest people to right wrongs from centuries ago. Like, we are dying, we are decline, like, we're doomed. I mean, if we keep going the way we're going, we're doomed. We are doomed as a people and as all that stuff because we have doomed ourselves in the attempt to do something we know is impossible to do. We know that you can't fix things in the past. You can't right past wrongs. It's not possible. Those people are dead. The people that, wronged or victimized they're dead. And the people that were victimized are dead. But we have literally committed suicide as a people, a nation, a country, a society, a civilization, a culture, all to virtue signal to the rest of the world. See, look what good people we are. Look what a good country we have. We have literally committed suicide as a civilization to show the world how fair and how equal and fair-minded we are, how concerned we are. It's enough to make you shamed to be a part of something, an institution like that. Like, it wasn't that long ago when when our society was worth a shit. I mean, I would explain it deeper, more detailed, but it's kind of like what I wanted to get into. But like the American way is about, like, when you think about this, the environment that the Europeans were leaving Europe, or the Pilgrims and all the founding fathers, all these people that literally left everything they knew behind, left civilization behind, all their family, their culture, their society, to move out into the middle of nowhere and start from scratch. It was the equivalent of going to Mars today. That's what these people did. They gave up everything. And why did they do that? They did that because where they came from, people were not allowed to pursue their own best interests, practically. They weren't allowed to rise above the station that they were born at. And like, if you were born just a regular person, you weren't allowed to aspire to nobility, aspire to anything but what you were handed by your parents. So regardless of how intelligent or how ambitious or how clever you were, how hardworking you were, it made no difference. None of those things made any difference in regards to uh your life and how you wanted to spend it. And these people, they just wanted to reap the fruits of their of they wanted to be the one to reap the fruits of their labor. They wanted to, like, and it's basically it's owning your own labor, you know? Being able to put your labor on the market, for put your own labor on the market and get paid from it, like an open market where you could sell your own future labor. You could basically, anyway, you could sell your future labor to a business or whatever, but you would be the one that got paid for it. And in Europe, they came from feudalism and stuff. That wasn't the case. Somebody else owned your labor. They owned your labor. They gave you a place to live, a place to, basically a cottage. Or a lot of people, lived on farms that a nobleman owned. But that nobleman, it's like they provided you the means to survive. Animals, a home, a domicile, a structure. They provided you with all that stuff, and then you worked it, and they fed you, gave you the tools and stuff. And people were dissatisfied. Certain people were dissatisfied with that. They wanted more for themselves. They felt that they could achieve more for themselves. Oh, it's really loud. Oh, sorry. Let me see here. That's weird. The video's super loud. What video? What video are you talking about? Huh. Damn it! It just messed me. It threw me off. Where the hell I was at? That's why I don't look up at the screen. As soon as I see somebody says something, I forget where I was at. Yeah, people felt that they could only get, a certain amount of resources, a certain amount of whatever, and they didn't even get to decide what they got, or if there was a choice to be made, they didn't get to make it. Those people were willing to take a chance on no life at all. No life at all. They might die on the way, on the voyage. They would rather take a chance at not living any life than to settle with the or the not even mediocre, just the unsatisfying, uh uh unfulfilling situation that you got in Europe, that you got in the old world. They would rather die on the ocean. And that's the risk they're taking, is that they don't even make it to the new world. There's a good chance of that. But then and it's like the difficulty didn't even start until you got there. And then when you got there, there's no civilization. You had to bring stuff with you or whatever, and work your ass off just to, because when you get to wilderness, it takes a while. Like, it takes a lot of work to get to, to build up a place, like a log cabin with fencing for animals. I mean, because if you want to survive out in the wilderness like that, you need animals. You've got to have certain things to provide, resources. Animals provide pretty much everything. If you have some pigs, a milk cow, you can get by with hardly anything, or without anything almost. You don't, and that's what people would do. That the first season they would kind of scrape by, and then the next season, once they had a harvest and stuff, the next year they would be okay. But people were willing to put up with all that just so that they were the master of their destiny. They were the only master of their destiny. Whatever they dreamed, they could pursue. But at the same time, whatever they wanted and whatever they needed, they would have to provide it for themselves. There would be no help. There would be no safety net. There would be no complaining. There would be no shoulder to cry on. And only the type of people that sort of life, rugged individualism, that self-reliance, like they were going into literally the most inhospitable and the hardest place to survive in was also a place where there was absolutely no help. If you were struggling, if you weren't going to make it, that was it. Like you died, or there was no help. They were going to the worst place on earth to carve out a life for themselves. Not only was it just super dangerous and wild, and there's there's Indians there that'd kill you, but there's also no help. Civilization is months of a voyage away. So it's like almost like a double whammy. These people didn't care. They didn't care. And they weren't just going for a weekend trip or like Hernando de Soto or, some of the conquistadors that, maybe popped into the wilderness at Florida, spent a few weeks there, and then hightail it back to the old world. No, these people, like Columbus did, like they burn their ship when they get there. It like, just so everybody's motivated. People become motivated when there's no way out. When it's like, well, we either make do with this or we die. We either make the best of it or we die. People, they get it done. They get it done. And in our country, our society, that's what it was founded on. That sort of spirit, that sort of attitude. That's why they said a can-do attitude. Because there was no other attitude that you could have to live in the new world. You had a can-do attitude or you died. You died. Can-do attitude or you died or you stayed your ass back in the old world. And that attitude, the sort of, well, life's not fair, so deal with it. That attitude was a prevailing attitude in America as little as 10 years ago, 15 years ago. My grandfather died in 2012. And it was like, that's all. That was like his favorite phrase. That way of that orientation, that attitude, because he was born in 32, so he was like, he grew up in the Depression, big time, and it made him who he was. He had sentiments that were that were shaped by that. But and that's the way he and a lot that attitude is an attitude of self-reliance. Like, I don't need anybody to help me. I can take care of myself. And I'm prepared to go it alone. I'm prepared to get this done by myself if necessary. But that's not what we have today. Like people saying that kind of stuff. No, what we have today are, and really the modern present day iteration of this attitude is the attitude or the advice that Ben Shapiro, like in that PBD interview, that is the old school can-do attitude, American rugged individualism. Well, the old style, it's gone. You don't see it anymore, but it still lives on. As you know, it has uh, changed, but it's the well, you know, you know, nobody owes you the right to live where you grew up, or you know, this is America, you know, and you don't have a right to live where you grew up, and like this sort of cold-heartedness, hard-heartedness that Ben Shapiro has, that the rugged individualism, the you know, responsible, self-reliant individual, uh, that's all that's left of that self-reliant attitude is assholes like Ben Shapiro. I mean, it's such a tragedy. I mean, truly, that is a tragedy that we lost that. I mean, it was special. It was absolutely special. It made America what it is. What it is. The most important thing to Americans up until about 15 years ago was success. It was success. It was survival, success, um, self-reliance. Like the core values of America were about progress. You know, those values are about progress. What are our values today? That above everything, above literally everything, above God, we above all that, everything is fairness and the appearance of it. You know, like those are our values today. Pursuing fairness. Oh, well, welcome ADHD. Pursuing fairness, you know, righting past wrongs. Not about surviving, not about thriving, not about success, not about hard work. None of that stuff. Nothing useful, nothing that you would tell your son when he turns 18. No. It's that life should be fair. And if it's not fair, you know, you should stop living your life and complain. Find somebody who can fix it for you. Oh, what's up, Cameron? Appreciate that, brother. That's a neat. I like that with the cat bobbing his head, getting down with the getting down. But it's not about anything good or honorable or timeless. It's about feelings. It's about appearances, perceptions, feelings. And that's why whatever you want to call this iteration of our society or what, it's doomed. It's doomed. It's dead on it was dead on arrival already. But it is so doomed. This can't survive because in this current iteration, survival, success, production, satisfaction, uh, fulfillment, those things, they don't exist. They don't matter. Nobody even considers them. Those things mean nothing. They have no value to people today or you know, young people today, and they have no value. What has value? Complaining, whining, uh, you know, the appearing to or victimhood status, you know, being it's like and that stuff, and you know, like they place so much value in it, or people wouldn't be tripping over themselves, breaking their necks to prove how victimized they are. You don't see people busting ass, to be the best at anything, to be the best businessman, the best electrician, or athlete, or this or that. Like, you don't see that stuff anymore. You see people, as an alternative, you see people pursuing the appearance of of victimhood, like that. And it's been this way for like 10 years. It's uh starting to wane now, we're starting to get away from it, but slowly, because it doesn't pay. Like, Hollywood is dying. That's why. But it's crazy that people think that this is even tenable, or that this is something that we can continue. It's like, you got to be out of your mind to think that. We went from, at the worst, when things were, when we still had those old values, we were, at least the status quo was at least uh uh reproducible. Our society and our social order and our culture was reproducing, like, it was replacing itself. Every Things were maintained. We had a future. You could see it, you could sense it. There was no question that we had a future. Now, it remains to be seen if we have a future. If we have a future, uh, more than 5 years in the future, you know what I mean? Like, or if like, you can't really extrapolate out beyond 5 years, because things are that dire. They're that out of whack. They're that they're that crazy, to where, anything beyond 5 years is like, shit, man. I'm not so sure I'm not so sure that we know, or that we're even going to be around. Like, and people are starting to kind of wake up to that, or say, whoa, wait, what's going on? Is nobody's gonna, you know nobody's gonna take the wheel and swerve to avoid going off this cliff? Like, people are starting to come to that. But it remains to be seen if there's time left to fix it. But it's like, it's such a shame, though, because when I was a kid, like I said, I remember, like, once a day you would hear life's not fair. If you did any complaining, any whining at all, man, you got a life's not fair. Suck it up, buttercup. Life isn't fair. Are you just going to give up then? Or are you going to do what you have to get it done? Oh, shit. Like, how bad do you want it? And the beauty of that life isn't fair, it's not to be cold. It truly isn't. It's not to make anybody feel bad. It's not to cut anybody down. This is what it's for. To keep people focusing and keep their focus on things that matter, things that they can actually change, things that they can actually influence, like the future. You can influence the future. You can't do a damn thing about the past. You can't do a damn thing about it. And it's like, a lot of people, they didn't even notice anything was wrong or anything was messed up. What's going on there? Uh 1 second. Damn it. What the hell happened to that doc? Here it is. Yeah, when I was like, maybe in my 20s, I remember it was right around, what, 2016, when all of the trans madness was going on and stuff. I remember seeing a video of some a woman that, was trying to LARP as a man, and I remember this woman was complaining that she didn't have facial hair. She didn't have facial hair. You know, or it was almost nothing. And she was complaining about this, like, like, I should be able to get medication and this and that so that, I can have my facial hair so I can fit in and this and that. And it's like, and right then and there, like, I kind of felt, I said, whoa, or like I felt this shift. I'm thinking to myself, like, whoa, this is beyond the pale. This is beyond the pale. I was in my mid 20s, and I'll tell you why that freaked me out. And that people were listening and paying attention to this person and like nodding along, like, yeah, we need to fix that. I was in my mid 20s, I think. This woman's complaining about how she doesn't have facial hair. And, she's like in her 20s. And I'm thinking to myself, lady, I'm a full grown adult male in my mid 20s. I don't even have facial hair. Life isn't fair. Like, this woman is upset because, I can't pretend I've changed my sex and I can't get a doctor to give me poisonous amounts of testosterone so that I can grow a beard. It's like, yeah, I'm an actual man with testicles, an adult man, and my facial hair, it's not there. Like at the time, I had a baby face. And it just blew. I was like, it galled me to no end. It's like, bro, where do you get off? Where do you get off thinking that is owed to you? Where do you get off thinking that or expecting that? Where do you get off like that? Like, I am actually a man without facial hair, and I don't even expect to have facial hair. You're a woman, and you're more upset about not having facial hair than I am, and I'm a man. What do you mean? Where's the chat? Where's chat? Yeah, I don't know. It is kind of weird. I mean, it's whatever. But that really, I realized, like, bro, whoa, this is not good. I mean, and like that really alerted me to something. I'm like, whoa, since when did we live in a society that that not only listen to these people and encourage them to say these things and to think this way, but like, like encouraged people. Like, I couldn't believe it. Like, this is crazy. How is it that, like, who is driving this car, and who decided, that, like, life isn't fair, lady? I'm sure you wish you were a guy. I'm sure that, you're a being in reality, and it's not fair that men and women are different and you're not a man. I get it. That's not fair. But yeah, life isn't fair. Like, life isn't fair. But, in this present day society, nobody says that to the person. They say, I know, they commiserate with them. It's like if they commiserate about somebody else's utterly insane complaints and whining and thoughts. Oh, they will commiserate with me when I have my utterly insane expectations, utterly insane complaints. It sounds like a sewing circle. That's what that sounds like to me. And it's like when that generation, my grandfather's generation, died, because I feel like it was right there when he died too, 2012. Yeah, man, the train just went off the tracks, dude. Just went clean off the tracks, man. It's like once the adults weren't around, when the cat's away, the mice at play, everything went to hell in a handbasket, man. And quick too. Quick, fast, and in a hurry, man. It was like, one day everything was normal and sane and routine and you know, uh, something you could set your watch by, to all of a sudden in an alternate reality. Truly, man, an alternate reality. Like the fact that that woman, like I said, the woman that I seen saying this, she's had all the medication and stuff. I think she was passing as a man, but she was like mad that she didn't have facial hair yet, like because that would complete the costume, you see. So she's complaining about that, and it's like, 20 years ago, nobody would have listened to that person. Or if they listened to her, they would have immediately you know called the paramedic or called a psychologist or something. But and all of a sudden, in 2015, 16 or whatever, I mean, what good does it do that person to complain to and guess what? The people that were encouraged to voice those or to complain and actually focus on crazy thoughts like that, they're either dead or miserable. They're either dead or miserable. And I don't need to go check and like, do research or fact check that. It was obvious in the moment that they were pursuing something that they would regret deeply in a very short period of time. We used to live in a culture and a society that would steer people away from actions and behaviors that they would regret in the future. Like not anymore. Not anymore, man. That saying friends don't let friends drive drunk and stuff like that. You know, yeah, that doesn't exist anymore. For whatever reason, it doesn't exist anymore. People they'll know that you're literally, you're on a path to like death or suicide. It's basically suicide. And they will they won't even say anything to, they'll just and they'll clap like, "Oh, good for you." Like this is a seriously and there's something to this is it's poisonous. It's poisonous. It doesn't These kind of attitudes and these kind of orientations, they don't lead to human flourishing. They don't lead to happiness. They don't lead to fulfillment or satisfaction. These things lead to despair, discomfort, shame, embarrassment, humiliation. Oh, just the whole gamut of negative feelings and experiences. And it's like, how the hell did this happen? What in the hell happened here? And it's like it's basically it's the same thing as the what do they say, the gynocentric, like when our society became more feminized. There used to be a thing, tough love. You used to hear about it all the time. Tough love, giving them tough love. Uh, you know, uh, sort of holding people accountable, and because you want the best for them, and that the course that they are presently on is not good for them. Yeah, no. I mean, I guess those days are just over. It's like nobody cares about each other enough to say, "Hey, what are we doing here? This is not smart. What are we thinking? This isn't good." No. 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 Like Europe, they don't reach out and say, "Hey guys, just thought maybe you'd like, like what are y'all doing, Like maybe you guys, you know what I mean? Like reaching out and just kind of checking on each other. No. There's nothing like that. Like you'd be more apt for your enemy to check on you than your friends in this life. It's like your enemy has more stake in survival and success than a friend. So it's like just backwards, totally backwards. It's incredible. Like, how the hell did we get here? You know, like, in fairness, that's not that doesn't mean anything. It's nothing. There's nothing meaningful about the, fairness. It's like everybody has a different idea of what is fair. Uh, everybody has a different idea. Uh, I mean, there's nothing concrete. And our society used to be, America used to be results focused, results oriented. And in a general sort of way, America was concerned about satisfy, what mode of being, what mode of living, or what uh, uh, mode of governance or attitude will satisfy the most people, what will satisfy them the most, and what will make people the most satisfied, and at the same time, what will affect the largest section of our population. How can we satisfy the most people out of our country, out of our society? That's and then it would set out to do that. And it used to be, how can we satisfy heterosexual, white, Protestant people? How do we satisfy white, heterosexual, Christian Americans? Because that's that's the biggest cross section of there's no bigger group than that. Because you can't please everybody. This is like a truism that people have known forever. What's up, Apophis, my brother? You member in YouTube Prime, you pay for YouTube Premium? Because you shouldn't have ads if you pay for YouTube Premium, my brother, my dude. But yeah, it used to be about satisfying the most people and get, like, because it's like what do they call a zero sum game? Like you can't help everyone. You can't listen to everybody's individual problems. Every single person. You kind of have to pick the broadest brush and and do the best you can. And there's something to be desired with that. And the problem is when you focus on, like, the way that America did it, when you focus on just straight white Christians, there are there are minorities, there are other religions, there are a lot of different groups, and some of them might fall in through the cracks. Some may fall through the cracks. Absolutely, Q. And that's how it should be. It should be concerned with the majority, with pleasing a majority of the or satisfying a majority of the country. And that's what it used to do. But minorities fell through the cracks. Well, somewhere along the line, we decided that was so egregious that it had to be we had to change it. We had to do something about it. So we then arrived on a solution that we will treat everyone as equally, or we will treat everyone equally as poorly. Nobody will be satisfied. We will treat nobody good. We will satisfy nobody. We will serve nobody. We will, you're on your own, basically. That was our solution. Instead of the few benefiting from the spoils of the many, we all get to share in the misery. You know, it's like either way, I have nothing. But at least the way it used to be, at least you'd be like, well, at least somebody is getting ahead in this thing. You know, at least somebody is. I mean, you know, I guess it's just me, but you know, at least that's proof that it can happen. You can be successful. Because, bro, now I mean, we don't even have that. We don't even have that anymore. And it's like, bro, I can't even believe this. That like, and people used to know that, hey, like it's working. Things are working. Don't mess with, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Yeah, no, that we just decided that we can, you know, nothing is perfect. And you know what? Perfection is the enemy of success. Well, you know, we basically decided, well, to hell with everything else, you know, come hell or high water, we're going to find a solution to this, or we are going to fix these problems or die trying. And we're dying. We're dying because we're trying so hard. Yeah, exactly. A mobile wheelchair, not even mobile wheelchairs. I remember when I was a kid, every business was having to put in ramps at their business. So, and our society basically, you know, it's like we decided that our society, we were too contented with it, too satisfied with it, or something. You know, everybody, no matter how handicapped, no matter what, should be able to do everything. Everything. Everybody should be able to do everything. Consequences be damned. You know, and I mean, I guess some things, you know, it was a noble idea, but dude, it's doomed us. It has doomed us. It has basically made everybody miserable. Nobody's happy anymore. Nobody is satisfied. Nobody is content. And like, so what was the point? You know, it's like, shoot, man, I feel like we should have never even left Europe, bro. They should have just stayed. What the hell was the point? You know, like seriously. Yeah, I mean, and then the handicap stuff, you know, putting in ramps, wheelchair ramps and stuff, you know, I think, you know, I guess that's sort of a noble pursuit, you know, in the parking spaces. But at some point, you know, there's like diminishing returns. And, you know, I think forcing or worrying about whether or not a tattoo parlor has a wheelchair ramp, I think that's beyond the pale. And I think that's why we're doomed. I think that's why we reside in a dying, writhing culture and society. Because we decided that was more important than success, than survival. I mean, straight up, man, like these trivialities, these little stupid details are more important than whether or not the West exists in 5 years. It's pretty crazy. I mean, and like, and you know, people will judge and they will say, you know, like, will it have been worth it? Like, you know, like, thank God we put in those wheelchair ramps, you know, never mind that it cost us our future, but, you know, thank goodness. What would we do without those wheelchair ramps, man? We would be doomed. You know, could you imagine if people people in wheelchairs couldn't get into a tattoo parlor? Oh God, man, what a tragedy we avoided there. Straight up. glad you're in here too, Mackenzie. I was thinking earlier this week, the fact that you're like, I forget what it was you said, but when you were basically, it was like in January, or so it was like more or less when you first started coming in here. But I remember when you said something like, I think, I think it's fine with me that immigrants come here. It's fine with me that the border's wide open. It's like, that's more or less what you said. And, I admire the honesty, and like, that's your prerogative. I don't, there's nothing I can do. I don't, and I don't think less of you for thinking that. Just think, you're different. But I was thinking earlier this week, because I was watching something. I forget what it was I was watching, but I don't know if you remember, but like after the Iraq war, do you remember the conclusions that were drawn from that war? Do you remember what people were saying after it was over? How stupid it was that, it was like back in 2003, we decided that the guy who we installed, Saddam Hussein, was an evil tyrant, which we just literally just wanted to piss money down the drain on war or something. But we decided, you know what? Democracy, we love democracy, and democracy is so great. It's such a great thing that we're going to spread it throughout the whole world because it's objectively good, and everybody loves it. I mean, how could they not love it? Never mind whether or not they actually do. We're arrogant, and we know that what we do is the best. It's the only way to do things. And in democracy, it's just unmitigated good. There is no downside. There is nothing left to be desired. It is everything on wheels. So we tried to spread democracy through the Middle East. And I remember, after Afghanistan, after Iraq, everybody kind of sat around the water cooler and said, yeah, that didn't work out so good. Apparently democracy isn't for everyone. Isn't that something? Apparently not everybody wants democracy. Apparently, because, it gets rejected. Apparently not everybody is compatible with democracy. Middle Easterners, in other words, Arabs, in other words, Muslims, in other words. And what are we doing now? We're literally bringing the people that our entire society, culture, academia, from top to bottom of our society, the West had said those people are they're irreconcilable with our way of life. It's oil and water. Our entire society. And today, it's like we just forgot about all of that. And now we are desperate to get those people that we tried to force democracy on. We tried to force it. And they fought. We would have had to kill every single Muslim in the Middle East if we wanted democracy to be there. And now we are importing those people into our country. Bro, this is insane. This is insane. You are insane. This country is insane. The people that run this country are insane. The propagandists who have brainwashed people in this country are evil. Like, how is it? There's only a decade of time that has elapsed from when everybody to a man had accepted that democracy wasn't for everybody. It wasn't something that every single human being was capable of. But today, say that out loud, and you might, I mean, you might get tackled by a cop for saying that. But just bro, if you've, if, like if you've been alive for a decade, in your lifetime, the Western world, top to bottom, understood this. But now we're all the same, you see. We are widgets that can be replaced, you see. Arabs, Indians, Muslims, Hindus, I mean, they're equal. Don't you know? Don't you know? You aren't, like, there's nothing special about you Europeans. Anybody could have explored the world. Anybody could have gone to the moon in a decade. Anybody could have, created AI. Don't you know? It's like, well, what is the point of living if we're all equal? If we're just widgets that can be, what's the point of it? Like, bro, for real though, explain, like, I want somebody to explain to me, what is the point of living if it's a foregone conclusion, we're all equal, we're all going to the same place? Like, for real though. And I get it. I get, like, this isn't progress. What I was talking about before, like the rugged individualism and the life's not fair people, the life's not fair attitude. That was a progressive attitude. That was an attitude that yielded successful results. It was an alive attitude. It was an attitude that had a future. Our attitude today, it is regressive. It has no future. It's ungrateful. It's entitled, and it's doomed. It is bound for the dustbin of history, whether we like it or not. Whether we like it or not, it is. I mean, and thank God that this isn't actual, like when people say American values, the American way, and when they talk about America, this isn't what they're talking about. Thank God. Thank the Lord that that's not the case. Because these are the worst values ever. Ever. They're not successful. They don't engender happiness, satisfaction, fulfillment, nothing. It's all negative, all miserable. It's kind of crazy too, is earlier this week, I was thinking about, I don't know what it was. I was thinking about women or something along those lines. And I had an epiphany, like out of nowhere. And it was profound. It was what alcoholics would refer to as a moment of clarity, as they say. And I kind of realized where women are coming from. I kind of I never got it before. I didn't understand, and I kind of do now. I think it is unfair and it does suck, but I couldn't imagine being an adult human being and not being the master of my own destiny. I could not imagine that. And I've always thank God that I was a man. But it wasn't until this week that that hit me, and I realized that that's what women have been complaining about, is that and I don't think necessarily, like, really life isn't meant for them to be the master of their own destiny. I mean, if we were in the wilderness, whether she wanted to or not, that wouldn't be possible. It wouldn't be it wouldn't be possible. There's animals and stuff that aren't going to care. But I kind of understood it, like they're supposed to be adult humans, kind of supposedly equal, or equal in the eyes of the Lord, certainly, kind of equal before the law, I guess. But like, I mean, I get it now, it's like, but I'm not so sure. It's not like I'm on their side now, but I get it, that it is kind of, it would suck ass to, like you could be like 60 and you're still not considered like an adult. You're not the same as a man. It doesn't, and you know, really, there's an argument that, that's, things aren't supposed to be like that, and for women to expect them to be is kind of absurd and kind of childish and immature. I mean, really and truly, it kind of is childish and immature. It's just, that's not the way it is. That's not the way the world is. That's not the way it works. It doesn't work that way today either. Like, it doesn't matter if we complain about it, if we love it, hate it, like it. Uh, it doesn't matter how we feel about reality. It is, whether we like it or not. And, all the money that's been pissed down the drain trying to make it so that women are equal to, or women are the same as an adult male. It's all been for naught. It was all a waste. It has done nothing. And it's funny, you see women like these feminists, like in that one that we watched like a week ago, where they were like 3 or 4 feminists are talking about the Me Too movement and how, it hadn't made as much progress as they had hoped, and this and that. And it's like, well, yeah, I mean, and it's crazy because you see them kind of lamenting, it didn't. And that's when I realized that, nothing really systemic had changed there. We hadn't made as much progress as we had initially thought. It's like, yeah, no duh, because that's life. That's called reality. You can bang your head against a brick wall a billion times. It doesn't mean you're going to bust through the brick wall. It just doesn't work that way. I mean, unless we can fundamentally transform reality, and like transform, uh, physics and stuff. Like, yeah, that's the way things are, and a lot of this, oh, that's a social construct. A lot of that is kind of horseshit. It's not, these things aren't I wouldn't say they're social constructs. I would say they're necessities of survival. Like, and without them, you don't survive. Simple as that, and it's like, and it really doesn't matter how I feel about it. It doesn't matter. I can't change anything. So, it's like my opinion on it, really, it's moot. But, you know, it's like, it's kind of crazy. Like, I would think it was kind of incredulous or wild to hear me say this, because, y- it would probably shock you to hear what I'm saying, because nobody ever does anybody else a solid and says, hey, that, like, let me spare you the suffering. Let me spare you the waste of time. Going down that way, it's a dead end, bro. It's a waste of time. Cul-de-sac, man. May as well just turn around and try something else. Nobody does that. Nobody does that. You could be, talking about, changing the color of the sky to yellow, and people will like pat you on the back. Yeah, man. Of course you can. Shoot, man. Like, look, by the way you're working, bro, you should have that sky yellow in like a year. Like you would think. No, it's like people don't look out for each other anymore. There's no common sense anymore. We don't call a spade a spade. We don't accept reality as reality. Like, reality is something to be struggled against, to be fought bitterly. And that way lies damnation. That way lies misery. That way lies hell. But people do it every day. They set out to change, to alter reality. And I don't mean like reality as in like, I live in a house, I'm talking about like fundamental realities, you know, that like the way the wilderness is, or that life is hard, life is unfair, and too much value and too much emphasis has been put on fairness and on fair. You know, fair doesn't fair is not a synonym for good. Fair is not a synonym for success, or it's not a synonym for anything objectively good. It just means equal. Like if we were all penniless, that would be fair. Like, but never forgetting the fact that we're all penniless. Okay, yeah, we have fairness, but yeah, we're all dying. Or we have fairness, but our civilization doesn't have a future. Our civilization, you can't picture it trending as it is today and still existing in 50 years. I mean, what are we doing here, guys? What are we doing? I mean, it's almost, normally I really, this kind of, people can do their own thing, it's their prerogative, but a lot of this, like, because people talking about this stuff and it's being thrown in your face constantly, it affects me. And it's just like, golly, and people are hurting themselves. They're being encouraged to do things that they're going to regret. And that it's obvious that they're going to regret it. I mean, and I don't know, there's been a loss of human understanding. Like, I think, honestly, I think this is like this is probably the worst, the most inhumane era. I feel like this is truly inhumane. It's like human understanding, human insight, human feeling. It's ignored today. It doesn't matter anymore. Like nobody cares how anybody feels. Nobody cares the impacts that children will have on like we just don't care about people anymore. We don't care about individuals anymore. All we give a shit about are abstract ideas like ethnicities, and like it's ridiculous. And the worst thing that ever happened to us is caring what people think, or the people's opinions of us, the rest of the world's opinions. And like when we started to care what malcontents, what bitter and resentful people felt like, or how they felt, when we started caring about that, that's the day that we went extinct as a people and as a civilization. Like, and now we're so concerned about what malcontents think that we're not concerned with maintaining our culture, our society. We're not concerned with being successful. We're not concerned with a future. We're not concerned with about producing anything of value. We're not concerned about anything that matters anymore. We're concerned about trivialities at best and things we can't change. Things that even if we could change them, wouldn't be worth it. Wouldn't be worth the time, or the juice wouldn't be worth the squeeze. We're on a ship that's being piloted by a golden retriever. Like, seriously, we are on a ship in the middle of the ocean that has a golden retriever at the helm. What in the hell? It has a platypus, a duck-billed platypus steering the ship. Like, bro, seriously though, it's like we have, a venomous quasi-reptile bird animal steering, the vessel we're currently on, and we're like entering an asteroid belt. It's very tiresome. It's exceptionally tiresome. Let's see here. You guys see that Scott Jennings, Hassan is, I guess he's suing the hell out of him.
Not doing this right now.
I should have put it in the playlist.
So Tucker Carlson and Ben Shapiro are in a nuclear fight.
Would you guys rather watch Tucker and Glenn Greenwald or Candace and Andrew Wilson? And I just wanted to catch a couple minutes of this and then figure it out.
They just took it to a whole new level, and we're going to show you all the clips. They're fighting over who's the average guy and who's the elite, and we have our thoughts on that. We're going to ask you a poll question about it. But Ben Shapiro says that Tucker Carlson wants to turn this into an agrarian feudal state and somehow supports Muslim terrorists or something. Of course. So both Ben Shapiro and Tucker on Wednesday published videos attacking each other, including Ben Shapiro attacking Tucker first on his interview with Hunter Biden. So let's watch that.
Tucker Carlson, Hunter Biden, the besties with testes from way back when, who definitely are not 100% part of some kind of establishment deep state uniparty in DC, and are also definitely not from wealthy families and are now fomenting idiotic revolution from behind their podcast microphones. Hunter Biden and Tucker Carlson's recent podcast together is two spoiled brats saying spoiled brat things. Tucker and Hunter are in the same world. Remember, Tucker is the man of the people. He's flannel-clad Maine boy who's just sitting over there in his cabin doing some hunting and fishing.
Wow.
Except for the fact that Tucker Carlson is a silver spoon jacket who vacations in yachts on the Mediterranean and has known Hunter Biden for decades and is friends with him. If you are so stupid that you believe the people who stand for you are rich boy, Richie Rich, like grew up rich boy, Tucker Carlson at his Swiss boarding school, living in a fake cabin in Maine with the Gaston chandelier, talking to Hunter Biden, longtime drug addict and complete piece of
idiot, bro,
about how America needs them and their human hearts, along with that of Candace Owens, to fix what ails the country. Oh my God, man.
Okay, so we're gonna get to Tucker's response, and then I'm gonna show you real wealth that's backing Ben Shapiro. But first, before I do any of that, Elliot, let me bring you in. So far, how do you score this one? Was that one persuasive on why we should hate Tucker Carlson?
No, not at all. I have a little bit of a pet peeve when folks are like, well, actually they grew up rich, so therefore all of their opinions are wrong. Like if your opinion is that.
It's funny hearing Ben Shapiro try to bludgeon Tucker Carlson to death with some silver spoon argument. And it's like, bro, does he not realize that this is America. People don't actually resent each other for having more, like real Americans don't. People resent shitty attitudes and poor treatment, like people don't resent rich people for being born rich. That's the way the world is. We're born unfair. People have they have a problem with rich people trying to hold them down, or rich people trying to hi-hat them and pretend that they're better. You know what I mean? Like people have a problem with that stuff, not the fact that some are more better off than others. Like, and it's like, Shapiro, you're an idiot, dude. Because if you think people are going to gather around what you're saying as though it's like some kind of a rallying cry and just ignore the fact that you come off as more of an entitled scumbag than Tucker ever did. Ever. Tucker, he at least, I don't know whether or not he did come for money or not, but he at least doesn't think he's better than other people because of my, you know what I mean? Like there's something about Tucker, like, you know, say what you want about him, but you know, I don't ever feel like he thinks I'm beneath him. I don't ever feel like he's out of touch. The guy is not, I mean, at least he's relatable and he doesn't seem out of touch. And it's just like, Ben, you're an idiot, bro. You're way more out of touch than Tucker. And if you know, he was in fact rich, you know, that says something really bad about you. You grew up an average person like everybody else, and you still are unrelatable. You are still out of touch. And you supposedly grew up, you know, had a regular public school childhood like everybody else. Like, bro, how does that happen? How do you, like, and Tucker's supposed to be Mr. Silver Spoon, and yet he seems more down to earth than you, seems more understanding than you. He's just like this hard-hearted asshole. You know, he's like, you know, Pharaoh or something. Seriously, like Pharaoh in Genesis or the Ten Commandments. Seriously, you know, the Lord hardened his heart. He's just such a, you know, he's hard as stone. The guy's an old skinflint. You know, that's what it feels like. Ugh. Such an idiot, truly. I mean, and if he thinks he's gonna, like, he keeps picking this fight with Tucker, and it's like, bro, he has, every time you have shoved him to get him into a street fight, bro, he has bloodied your nose decent. You learn your lesson in the moment, and the next day he comes back and tries to get Tucker to fight him again. Tucker bloodies his nose again, and he, I'm well cudgeled, you know, rather than being the hound that hunts, he's the one that fills the air with his cries. Like, yeah, it's ridiculous, you know. I kind of butchered that, but it's something I heard in Othello, or you know, rather than a hound that hunts, I'm one that fills up the hunt with cries, or something. I'll need to look at it exactly. It was a good phrase, good turn of phrase, but I butchered it. My bad. Not good. That's why I pulled up history, because that is the one I watched, was the Glenn Greenwald one. I didn't watch the other one. You know, and I tell you what, Glenn Greenwald, you know, I don't necessarily agree with the guy on everything. And, you know, like, he has his faults, but, like, honestly, thank the Lord for Glenn Greenwald. That dude, that guy's like the North Star. Like, seriously, that guy has such, his moral compass, his his instincts are incredible. They're incredible. His instincts are very sound. And the fact that, you know, like, when I see that, like, how our society kind of turns to him for on certain things, rightfully so, because this guy's instincts and his first, you know, his gut feeling is so on point, man. Like, damn. I mean, mine isn't half bad either, but, you know, it's like when the government starts talking or saying, you know, we're going to change this or do this in the future, like, he can smell a rat from a mile. Like, I mean, he sees it from the jump, man. It's like the rest of us got to have, you know, things have to play out first. Once things play out and we see the, you know, the conclusion or the fruits of the tree, we're like, whoa, this wasn't a good idea. He sees the fruit, like, he knows before it even happens. And I admire Glenn Greenwald quite a bit. I really do. This guy is, and he, like, He cares about people. And he knows who the crooks are. He knows who the villains are. And not everybody does. I don't even necessarily know who they are all the time, but it's like he has such good instincts. You know, he really does, man.
Glenn Greenwald, thank you so much for doing this. I'm so pleased that you're coming right now because I need someone smarter than I am to explain the connection that I feel but can't quite articulate. And it's this. So the Free Press, run by Barry Weiss and financed by others, of course, just put out a video defending flock cameras. And rather than playing it, you can find it on the internet. I'm just going to read you the description in the headline. And here's what it is. Ever feel like you're being watched? This is the Free Press headline. You might be right, but flock safety cameras aren't interested in you unless you're a kidnapper, a thief, or up to no good. And it's like literally Soviet propaganda. You know, if you got nothing to hide, you've got nothing to fear. As long as your, soul is right with the party, you're okay. Don't worry about the panopticon. So this is obviously disgusting. It's anti-American, it's totalitarian, but it's also not that surprising coming from the neocon oracle known as the Free Press. I can't quite explain why that's not surprising to me. Why is their support of flock cameras consistent with their support of, say, the war with Iran?
Well, let's remember it was about 12, 13 years ago that we started the Snowden reporting that really was the first meaningful, broad-based reporting that showed that the goal of the U.S. government was to create an absolutely ubiquitous surveillance state that monitored, collected, stored highly invasive and revealing information, not about terror suspects or potential pedophiles, but about every single one of us. A ubiquitous surveillance state is how they described it internally and what it was. And obviously it had all sorts of connections to the military and to foreign policy goals. In fact, its basis was in the NSA, which is a key part of the Defense Department, of the military planning unit, the U.S. security state. And all along, they also had a very close, really indispensable partnership with Silicon Valley, with the largest tech companies. In fact, one of the earliest stories we did was about how the tech companies were just handing over en masse whatever information the NSA wanted without warrants or anything else, because those companies need to keep a good relationship with the government because that's where they get most of their largest contracts from. There's really no separation between the private and public sector, but the companies and the sector that is most financially interested in this surveillance state are the people in Silicon Valley, the people who, for example, are running Palantir and have gotten unimaginably wealthy, multi-billionaire wealth from helping not only to create a surveillance state, but then merging it with the U.S. military. And this is what the Israelis, of course, set up.
And I'm not going to lie either. I used to hate Glenn Greenwald with a passion. Like his affect it still bothers me, but I used to just not like it. I didn't like his attitude. I didn't like almost everything about him, it seemed like. And it's like, shit, man. It's like I've never been more pleased that I was wrong.
In Gaza, and it's one of the reasons why a lot of people, one of the loudest ones being Charlie Kirk, were so incredulous that October 7th could happen, and the Israeli government just had no idea that it was coming because they have Gaza under one of the most extreme surveillance systems ever to exist in all of human history. And a lot of the reporting we did was about the partnership between the NSA and the Israelis and the amount of just raw intelligence the NSA turns over about American citizens to the Israeli government. So you have all these component parts, Peter Thiel and Palantir and Alex Karp, Andreessen Horowitz that is invested in a lot of these AI surveillance companies, also invested in Palantir, also a major investor in the Free Press. And this is all part of the same group that, as you say, is inextricably linked, not just to building a domestic surveillance state, but also a foreign policy that is very neocon in nature, very warmongering in nature. They all wanted the war in Iran. They all love and worship and revere Israel. And of course, it is in the interest of people who wield the greatest power to find out and know as much about that they can as their domestic population, because that gives them the greatest control. And that's always been what the surveillance state is about.
But the irony of it is inescapable. I mean, we're fighting these wars abroad so we can be free here in the United States. We're fighting tyrants on behalf of freedom and democracy. And that's basically what we're doing. I mean, there's no one really making the argument that Iran was a physical threat to the United States. I mean, the fringe Mark Levin types do, but no, most people would not make that case. They would say this is a tyranny. They're killing their own people. They're throwing gays off the roof. They're shooting protesters. And same with China, same with North Korea, same with Russia. Because they allow their own citizens no freedom, we have to kill their governments. But those same people making that argument are now endorsing tyranny and totalitarianism at home. So it's like, what could possibly be the justification for their foreign policy?
You know, as somebody who has really had to immerse myself in U.S. war propaganda and just war propaganda generally, as somebody who has opposed pretty much every war that the United States has fought over the last, say, 25 years, there are a lot of things about war propaganda that I think are universal, that aren't that surprising. It's a very effective science. It's been developed over decades, really centuries, using multiple fields of discipline and anthropology and psychology and psychiatry. It's a very precise science. It's not surprising that it works. But sometimes there are things that are so brazen about it that even my respect for the efficacy of propaganda makes me shocked that it does work. And one of the things that I find most shocking is this idea that the United States goes to war against the tyrannical and dictatorial governments of the world because we want to free the oppressed people and bring them freedom and democracy. When, if you know anything about American history, our history is exactly the opposite. We spent so many decades overthrowing democratically elected leaders and imposing on those countries some of the most brutal military dictatorships ever known in human history, including, of course, in Iran and countless other places. Right now, our closest allies that Trump loves most are the most brutal regimes in Saudi Arabia, the Emiratis, the Egyptians, all over the world. That has always been our goal. And anyone who believed, there was actually an article last week in the New York Times about how these idiotic Iranian exiles who, have lived for decades in London and Toronto and Chicago and LA somehow got held up as the voice of the Iranian people who were saying, please, please come and bomb our country. We want you to free us.
Crazy.
Now are saying, oh my God, we're so disillusioned. It turns out Trump really wasn't interested in freeing the Iranian people, nor was Netanyahu. They were fighting the war solely for their own interests, and they're willing to kill as many of us as possible in order to advance that goal. And it's like, oh, that just occurred to you. So yes, if you were to believe that neocons and the like and their war propaganda about how they want to free the oppressed people of the world were actually real, you would then find it oddly contradictory that they're imposing this tyrannical surveillance state at home. But if you understand, which I think most reasonably perceptive people do, that spreading freedom and democracy have nothing to do with why we fight wars. In fact, if anything, we're more interested in undercutting freedom and democracy. We prefer dictatorships at our service who control their countries and suppress their populations for us. Then it makes all the sense.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the last century, if anything, we hate democracy. Absolutely. We hate democracy because foreign democracy, because sometimes we don't get to have our way. And we can't allow that. America's got to have its. No, America's politicians, America's elite have got to have their way. They've got to, it's, all wouldn't be right in the world, if American politicians and the people that run or that direct our American politicians, like minorities, like billionaires, if they weren't ruling the world with an iron fist, it's
world
disgusting.
That those same people would want to maintain as much of a grip on the domestic population as they do on the rest of the world. And there is nothing. This is, I think, the other point, Tucker, when we were doing the Snowden reporting and people really understood, oh, wow, it turns out that our government really was converting what we were told was this very liberatory, emancipatory technology, which was the internet. They were actually converting it into its exact opposite, the most coercive and potent means of human control ever in human history.
By far.
I remember when we did one story about the ubiquity of the ability to spy. people from the Stasi, like who were actually in the Stasi in East Germany, came out and expressed this kind of envy. And they were like, oh, wow, we never dreamed of being able to have
Yeah.
powers that were this significant. And one of the big responses
let me kind of frame this for you guys. The other day I was creating a YouTube thumbnail with Grok, or maybe it was Google, it was Gemini. I was on just a Google landing page there, and I used the AI every now and again to make a thumbnail. I use different ones, but I was using Google this time, and I had this shirt on. I literally had this shirt on. And actually, let me bring it closer so you guys can see. But I had this shirt on, and all, like, you know, there's, you got the Under Armour thing here, of course, but all that was in this video, you couldn't, it, you know, it was just a gray shirt, bro. My wording was wrong, and it didn't, I guess it didn't get that I wanted to create a thumbnail, and all it had was a picture, a backgroundless picture of me in this shirt. Bro, this shit pulled up Under Armour's website and like 5 other websites that sell their stuff. It pegged the exact shirt that I was wearing, a gray shirt. AI knew this thing. It knew what shirt I was wearing by the pattern of the gray. That, bro, it scared the shit out of me, to be honest. And it was like, I kind of had this bad feeling about it. And like, it was this profoundly negative feeling in the moment. You know, and thinking back, it's like, bro, how can people flourish in a world like that? Bro. And that's also, you know, this is the world also where we've all been encouraged to put cameras in every room of our house. Like, bro, it's scary. That's scary, bro. When I wear a gray t-shirt and I post a picture, and AI can pull out the exact brand with there are no markings, nothing, and it can pull out exactly. It's scary. There's no other way to put it. That's scary.
Well, look, you know, the NSA tried to encourage people to think this. All the other corporations did as well. You don't need privacy. Privacy is for losers and criminals. It's for pedophiles and terrorists.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't have anything to hide, then why do you need privacy? And of course, every single person has something to hide. We all do things in secret and in private.
How about we just don't want other people in our business, you know? Like, what's the, like, life would not be worth living if we didn't even have the assumption of privacy. Not today, anyway. Maybe in the wilderness and stuff, because you don't really. But it's like, man, it would just be a far, far less worthwhile pursuit, living life, if you couldn't even expect to ever have privacy. If everything you did all day, every day was basically in the public realm, the public domain. Like, dude, that's I wouldn't want to live in that world.
That we wouldn't do in public. Every single one of us has that division in our lives. It's very healthy. It's kind of fundamental to how human beings operate. And a surveillance state, nothing gives greater tyrannical power to a centralized power than the ability to surveil and monitor and know what people are doing at all times. And to see Barry Weiss in the Free Press justifying it, cheering it, making it seem all benign is exactly what you would expect of people who have that as their goal.
Yeah.
And not just benign, not just, you know, harmless and non-threatening, but they've actually taken it, I think, a step beyond that, and they're scolding anyone who wants privacy. And by the way, these are all pro-choice people who believe Griswold versus Connecticut, the 67 decision that gave us the right to privacy, is really important, but you don't actually get the privacy. But so just to restate the headline, it says,
like, you know, like the right to privacy is the foundation of why abortion is legal. Because women have the right to privacy with their doctor. So, you know, it's not nobody has the right to tell a woman and her doctor what is acceptable and what isn't, what is morally acceptable, socially acceptable. And those same people will turn around and say stuff like the free press, like, how dare you, who are you, or who are you to think you deserve or should have the right to privacy? Like, we need to keep people safe. We need, it's just crazy, man. It's so intellectually dishonest. And it's typical double standard, typical rules for thee, not for me. It's typical all the way around. Excuse me, typical of modernity, typical of 21st century Western civilization.
If they're not interested in you unless you're a kidnapper, a thief, or up to no good. So basically, if you're worried about flock cameras,
you're a thief.
You're up to no good. You're a thief. You're a kidnapper. I mean,
wow.
Like they're yelling at us for caring.
Well, what they're trying to do is to essentially say that if you are somebody who craves privacy in your life, who wants to have areas of your life that are free of government or corporate monitoring and scrutiny, then essentially you're admitting that you do things that are wrong. In fact, Eric Schmidt, the CEO of Google, for many years,
it's more profound than that. It's much more profound than that, honestly. Because what they're saying is, if you're doing something wrong, if you want privacy, you're doing something wrong, and you should not be allowed to do something wrong. And it's like, well, even God gave us free will. Are we to understand that God gave us free will, but our politicians won't? We're not allowed to do wrong things. We're not allowed to make mistakes. But then what's the point of any of it? What's the point of any of this? The day that's true is the day this country is burned to the ground, should be, as far as I'm concerned. What's the point of living life if our government thinks it's their job. It's not their job to make sure everybody gets an equal opportunity, like objectively. That's not their job. It's not their job to defend straight white males, but it is their job to ensure that you don't make a mistake, to ensure that the American people aren't doing something that is considered wrong. Like, bro, this is crazy. I mean, that's so profound that, we shouldn't even expect to have enough freedom to fail, or enough freedom to get something wrong, enough freedom to make a mistake. Well, then what are we doing here? What are we doing here? What is the point here? The Almighty himself gave us free will. And I guess he has more faith in us than our own politicians, and like, sad, man. It's sad.
Actually, one time, what exactly what he said when people were raising questions about the invasiveness of Google and how it's creating this dragnet of ubiquitous surveillance, he said, well, why don't you think about it this way? If you're doing something that you don't want other people to know about it, maybe you should stop doing it. Maybe that's something that you ought not to be doing. As though,
oh yeah, well, maybe you should shut your mouth. I'll do whatever the hell I want to do, and I'll reap the consequence. I will reap the whirlwind. I will reap the consequences. Like any people that make those kind of, that say those kind of comments, that make those kind of points, like, like, oh, well, if you wouldn't want people to know about it, well, then maybe you shouldn't be doing it. It's like, well, maybe you shouldn't presume to think you get to tell other people what is right and wrong. Or maybe you shouldn't presume to tell, or you shouldn't assume that, you shouldn't assume that that you know enough of what's best to be advising people on their own behavior, on what's good for them and what they should think is good for them. It's like they are setting up a surveillance state. They are stealing our privacy. And they're trying to tell us, shut up. You don't know what's good for you. We'll tell you what's good for you. Okay.
The mere fact that human beings crave privacy in any realm at any point in our lives for any purpose suggests that we are somehow bad people because we want to hide things. And the only reason to hide things is if you're a pedophile or otherwise engaged in dangerous conduct that you shouldn't be engaged in. And ultimately, I think you're right. That is the most pernicious and sinister part of this, which is to start trying to convince people that anybody who actually cares about privacy only because they're doing things that you should want the government to know about because they're probably really bad and dangerous people. And I think sometimes,
right, if you're having an affair with somebody, you know, like you're the equivalent of a burglar, of a rapist, you know, like, and because it's, you know, they this is a dragnet they've set up, and it is objective. It plays no favorites. It would catch the adulterers. It would catch all people that are doing anything that they're you know, they're the people they socialize with, you know, that society would frown upon. It's like, you know, there are things that people want privacy for and stuff that aren't wrong. And, you know, there's a lot of things like that. A lot of things where people want privacy, and it's not because they want to hurt other people. You know, it's because they want privacy. It's because they don't want to, maybe they don't want to be judged for things, you know, and they basically decided that we have to, not only do we have to pay any mistake we make on the internet, you know, like they say, the internet is forever. Any mistake you make, you have to live with it. But they're not satisfied with that. They're like, no, we want that to be the case for every aspect of your life. You know, there should be no place where you have any privacy. It should be as though, it should be like you're on the internet. You know, if you make a mistake in life, everybody immediately knows about it, and you have to live with it for the rest of your life. Dude, that's not a world I want to live in. That's not a world that any decent human being wants to live in. They're barking up the wrong tree if they think that this is going to wash. You know, it's like, this is like the equivalent to making the Matrix perfect. We're going to reject that. Human beings are not going to lay down for that. They're not. It's just not going to happen. Eventually, they will buck that yoke.
forget like how un-American that is. You know what? When I went to law school and like, you know, you study the Federalist Papers and the Constitution and the layout of it, I remember being kind of amazed. Like it really struck me how the founders had this debate and they purposely imposed restrictions on police power, on state power, knowing that it would make it easier for violent criminals, rapists, pedophiles to often escape and to do some more like the police would be able to catch so many more criminals if they could just barge into your home at any time or search whatever it is that they wanted. Privacy is so foundational to, you know, the state can't just come into your home and use your house to quarter their soldiers. This is all the value of privacy that pervades every part of the Bill of Rights and what it means to be American, and the idea that you should give up your privacy, that only bad people care about privacy, could not be any more anti-American in its ethos.
Lots of people are using peptides to get in shape. Not all peptides.
Straight up, man. And it's like, it's crazy. And, you know, like and it proves basically that these people don't care about American values. They don't care about the Constitution. Or insofar as it protects us, or insofar as anything more than a debate tactic or a rhetorical device. You know, like they don't actually agree with that stuff. It's like they only agreed with it so long as they benefited more by agreeing with it than by disagreeing with it. And now that there is much more to be gained by jettisoning the Constitution, you know, because look at all the technology and all of the surveillance capabilities they have now, you know, and now they feel like, oh shit, you know, this Constitution, we're really missing out on a lot of good evil shit we could be taking advantage of. Like, damn it. Maybe it's time we started thinking about phasing this document out. You know, we got all these cool new gadgets, and you know, it would be such a shame if we didn't get to use them on our own people. We didn't get to spy on, you know, somebody's 80-year-old blue-haired grandmother. That'd be what a shame, man. What a tragedy. Greek tragedy.
Same. If you take them, do you really know what you're ingesting? Probably not. Joy in Blokes makes it very simple. You start with an easy online health assessment, a $20 burrito. You're not doing it right. What is that?
Contempt.
You know, this is one of the things that I think we've gotten away from so severely, and maybe it was too gradual, and it kind of like the frog and the boiling water metaphor. But the whole idea of why Congress was supposed to approve wars was because war is something that by necessity affects every single person in very fundamental ways. I mean, there was an assumption, even though it proved not to be true, that obviously in times of war, you're going to have to pay more taxes because someone has to pay for the war. They didn't know that we were just going to create this fiat system of money and borrow, you know, trillions from China. But anyway, that was their assumption.
Right.
But it would also affect, you know, the country in every single
to us and ask for the money anymore. They can. It's just like you know, they can go behind our back, take out a loan, and then go to war. And then when we say, you know, what the hell, you know, I'm not like this. Where'd you guys get all this money? Oh yeah, we got it from you. Or we took out a loan, and by the way, you're responsible for paying that. You know, that's your debt. And it's just like, oh, okay, so you know, it's our money, but we don't get to have a say in where it gets spent. You know, it's just you guys' pocket money. It's y'all's fuck off money, I guess. Great. What a fantastic society we live in.
Your sons would be endangered because they were the ones who would have to go fight. And so it needed buy-in from the American people. And the way to do that was to ensure that the only way the president could start a war is if the American people, through their Congress, approved. We just completely got rid of that. That no longer exists. It's like we just rewrote the Constitution. And even though there hasn't been a declaration of war, typically political leaders have wanted the buy-in of the American people before starting a war. That was what the whole 18-month campaign of what turned out to be lies, but still it was an 18-month PR campaign by George Bush and Dick Cheney and the rest to convince Americans why we needed to go and invade Iraq and take out Saddam Hussein. They thought it was important that Americans got on board, and they did. 2/3 or more of Americans favored the war in Iraq at the time.
I remember it. They did a bunch of town hall type things. I mean, it was like 6 months, man. They were all the Senate, you know, like the Republican politicians got in front of the American people and heard out their concerns, bro. Man, that was such, like, it was a thing of beauty. Like, this country, us as a people, a society, it was a thing of beauty. Not that long ago. You know, as little or as it's like the turn of the millennia. This country was still a beautiful place. You know, and we had been through a hell of a lot too, but it was still a beautiful society, well run, well oiled. On to the dogs. That's for sure. We're turning into South Africa, seems like.
That began. That does not exist anymore. There was no campaign of any kind, no pretense of caring about the American population thought when trying to sell this war in Iran that basically came out of nowhere. Polls showed that Americans overwhelmingly were opposed to it, and they've only gotten more opposed. And the reaction is, who cares? Who cares what the American people think? Who cares if they think it's not worth it to pay more gas prices and more at the supermarket when they're already facing economic difficulties?
Whiny Americans. You know, can you believe they have the gall to complain about struggling, you know, to get from month to month, you know, struggling to make ends meet? Can you believe this? Where do they get off bitching about $1, you know, a dollar price increase on a gallon of gas? So where do these scumbags get off? Like these pathetic, unwashed masses, these troglodyte Americans.
Too bad for them. They need to shut up and accept it and take it, because our goals are more important. It's such a overtly contemptuous message, as you say, that is being sent by our elite. And then these are the same people who turn around and wonder why Americans are so disgusted by elite institutions that they're willing to vote for.
Yeah, why are people throwing over Republicans, Democrats, capitalism, supposed capitalism, for socialism and communism? Bro, it doesn't matter what you call it. It don't work. This shit don't work. People have had enough of it. You can put lipstick on a pig, but that doesn't make it a beautiful blonde bombshell. It's like, and they've just been putting lipstick on this pig of a system of government that we've adopted in the last couple decades. And this social order that's just trash, man. That the people that do nothing, produce nothing, that are the most trivial and superfluous members of society are the ones that everybody listens to and everybody cares what they think. And the people that literally maintain the society, that do all the work, that are responsible for it if it fails, that are responsible for everything, nobody gives a damn what those people think. In fact, they resent the hardworking people that hold this society up. They resent having to hear what those laborers, those lowly laborers that are beneath our sainted academia and intelligentsia, these morons, straight up, man, morons. Everything, and it's like we live in backwards land now. You know, backwards land, where the people with degrees are the dumbest. You know, everything is backwards. People fart backwards. They say all their words backwards.
Anybody, left, right, socialist, far right, whatever you call them, that they see are radically opposing the establishment and the people in power, because they have very good reasons, so many good reasons to hate them.
Mm-hmm.
So you're describing a political system that's becoming legitimately volatile. People who had no chance at all, who were truly fringe, and ideas that were truly fringe, including some that I personally have and articulate a lot, are now much more mainstream. So that suggests that the system is changing really fast in a way that is good in some ways, but also kind of scary in other ways. And that's exactly why you don't, as you said, embark on a massive project like a war without the buy-in of the public, right? Because it could hurt you. But these people didn't even flinch. And on a bipartisan level, I mean, Trump did it, but there were Democratic leaders who were for it also. So why aren't they afraid? And still are. Why aren't they afraid?
Okay, so this is where I think this gets back to your first question, and this is what I think ultimately. I almost wrote a book on this once. Actually, I was about to write a book on it when I met someone named Edward Snowden, and it kind of derailed me for a few years. I remember growing up, I didn't know any rich people, and one of the very first few rich people I really met or ever talked to was right when I started my blog early on. I had this guy who was like a major high-level mathematician at one of the most lucrative hedge funds, making enormous sums of money. And I remember after the 2008 financial crisis, I was doing a lot of reading about oligarchs in the past and how frightened they were of the public. The greatest fear that the very wealthy had in America was of a populist uprising. And that was how FDR was able to sell them on the New Deal was, look, you may not like the New Deal, but if we don't make these people's lives better in some way, you can say goodbye to the whole capitalist system. And they used to have yachts where they had safes full of their jewels because they thought any moment they were going to, have a kind of Bolshevik revolution. And that's why John Rockefeller and Henry Ford used to ride down the street handing money out. That's where philanthropy came from, to convince Americans that no, they were good people because they were scared. And I remember after the financial crisis, I said, it really seems like the elite class has completely lost its fear. The greed that drove the financial crisis, and then the insistence that all the money be used to bail out the richest people who caused it and let everybody else drown, like the entire middle class with foreclosures and mortgages and all of that, signals a kind of utter indifference to, like, that fear is gone. And I think one of the things he says is, yeah, I think it's absolutely gone. And I think the reason it's gone is because they believe that the police state that they've constructed
will save them,
is enough to keep them safe, no matter how angry the peasants are. And I think that is a lot of where this surveillance state comes from. Like, if you have this massive wealth inequality.
Well, and you can see it every time one of these scumbags buys like a bunker island in like in Albania or Argentina. You know, they're doing all this evil shit. And then you see Peter Thiel in Argentina, or you see the Trumps or Ivanka, like, or whoever, the Trumps buying that Albanian nuclear bunker island. And it's like, oh, really? Oh, I see. It's like, what did you do that you've hidden from us? And you're trying to get things together before we find out how badly you ruined everything. You know, like, that's what it is. It's like, oh, wow, we did something really bad. We better go get ourselves a nuclear bunker in the middle of nowhere so that we can weather this storm. Or go get ourselves a mine shaft, you know? Can't let there be a mine shaft gap.
There are two ways to I think, maintain it. One is to placate the public, the majority, just enough so that they don't really feel like it's worth it to go risk their lives and wage violence and a revolution, because they're at least minimally fed. They have enough of a decent life, just above the subsistence level. But if you're not going to do that, the alternative is just paramilitarize the society, build huge walls behind which all the rich live, give extreme authorities of violence and surveillance to the police forces that you fund and construct that are there really to protect that system and to protect you. And I think so much of this mass surveillance and everything else is that the recognition that that is the path that has been chosen. And, you know, I mean, I guess the French elite thought that they were safe behind the walls of Versailles.
Yeah.
And to some extent, you can
weren't.
probably make yourself pretty safe. But at some point, if you keep creating this kind of complete loss and of faith and trust in institutions of authority, and a belief, a very well-grounded belief, that the suffering that people have in their lives is due to those in power, not left, right, not Democrat versus Republican, not pro or anti-abortion or pro and anti-trans or whatever, but based on what is being done with the distribution of power and wealth, I don't think that even the greatest amount of paramilitarization and surveillance will be enough to stop it. But that is definitely the goal, and it's tied into their ability to go around having wars and not care if people are supportive of it or angry about it, because they just believe, you know, Peter Thiel believes he can build his own private island and have Palantir surveil everybody, and he'll always know whatever threats are emerging. And I think that is the mentality that they have opted for.
That's folly.
I've always thought
That's
that
folly.
pharma played a role in this. It is not simply surveilling and threatening.
It's like, truly, that is folly. It's the same arrogance from the scientists in that John Hammond in Jurassic Park had. Oh, but if, you know, we build up enough structures, we can keep these animals, you know, we can keep them behind fences, and then we can make a lot of money. Okay, yeah, I'm sure you think that that's a good plan, but, you know, the devil fools with the best laid plans. It's like, dude, nature finds a way, man. And like, you know, they're like, they're choosing to a route that they can't, eventually they're going, it's going to blow up in their face. Like, no matter what, you know, the odds are against them big time, like straight up. And they're still going through, it's kind of it beggars the mind, truly.
People into obedience, but it's also changing the nature of people through benzodiazepines and SSRIs, and, you know, just the whole cornucopia of sort of suppressive drugs that are just handed out. You can get them online without ever seeing a doctor. And,
you know, and what they're about to say is, it's like, you know, pain, yeah, it hurts, but, you know, it keeps us alive. You know, it's like, if our Johnsons weren't so sensitive, most likely we would lose it. Like, we would lose it, like it can be rubbed off, like friction. So that pain is healthy. It makes sure that it stays intact and we have it for when we need it. So, like, thank God for the pain, I like waking up and that thing still being right there where I left it. Like, and the same thing with anxiety. Anxiety sucks, and I dealt with it my whole life. But without anxiety, people would never get up off their ass and do something.
That seems like an instrument of social policy to me, of social control.
Yeah, and I think marijuana is part of that as well. I mean,
For
I'm definitely
sure.
somebody who believes in the legalization of marijuana just because it gives the state way too much power
It
to
does.
criminalize it. But the fact that so many people are ingesting so many substances that are being given to them, fed to them, recommended to them, promoted to them, that are basically designed to just almost create a zombie state.
Yes.
Like sometimes anxiety is good.
Yes.
Anger is good. These are the things that,
Yes.
are drivers
It's
of
healthy.
us wanting better lives. And if you sandpaper all the edges off of humanity and just turn them into kind of like doped up, narcoticized, people who are willing to.
People from the brave new world, we're all going to be doped up on Soma, just screwing all day, every day. Is that all? That's what we're going to do, huh? We're just going to give up on everything, just kind of delegate our entire every decision-making process to AI and just abandon progress in pursuit of sex all day, orgies, and Soma, just numbing ourselves to life. It's like, bro, I'd rather not even live life. Like the ups and downs, that's the point. Life is not about, everything between the 40-yard lines. Life is about the peaks and the troughs, man. Like that is what life is about. It's not about the routine and the regular everyday stuff. It's about the stuff that's special and different and a change and the really great stuff and the really bad stuff. I mean, that's what you remember from life is the ups and the downs, the peaks and the troughs.
Accept everything and anything and just kind of be content with it. That is, I mean, it's very dystopian. It sounds very dystopian, but it's also to a large extent. And if you know people in your life, which you probably do, who are taking large amount of antidepressants or Xanax
Which
or
make you
any of these
suicidal.
medications, marijuana too, to put themselves constantly in a state of tranquility and acceptance and submission, you can see the effects of it in their daily lives, but
not
also
good.
on this kind of macro level that is very, very beneficial to people in power. You want a population that's content and happy.
Turns
They don't
out
complain.
opium is the opium of the masses, right? Drugs are.
Yeah, people don't complain when they're doped up.
I mean, we are strongly pro-dog on this show. We make no secret of that. Dogs are one of the great black markup free, meaning a little more precisely your point that anxiety can be good, because I do think Americans are trained to see pain in general, but specifically anxiety is like the last thing you ever want to deal with. You should do whatever it takes to avoid ever feeling anxious. Why do you disagree? Why do you think it can be helpful?
All of these human emotions that we have, all of these human instincts that we have, these are fundamental to our survival. They're the reason why natural selection has produced human beings that are capable of feeling all these things and who do react in these ways to all of these events, because these are the sentiments and feelings that maximize your chance of survival, and not just survival, but you're thriving and you're prospering and your ability to find happiness. And it's sort of like fear. Nobody likes feeling fear, but I'm really glad that I have the ability to feel fear if something actually dangerous is nearby, because then I'll either protect myself from it, or I'll try and flee, or I'll try and do things to save myself. If I just took pills that constantly eliminated my sense of fear, I might feel better day to day, but it would also drastically impede the capabilities that I have that are fundamental to my being a human being who can survive and thrive in the world. And the same is true of anxiety. Anxiety is what tells us there's something wrong. Anxiety tells us there's things that are going on that are not as they should be. This is this is what drives intellectual achievement. It's what drives social and political change and revolutions.
Yeah, necessity is the mother of all invention. If nobody ever had problems, nothing would ever change. We would never move forward. We would never grow. We would never do better. You know, you'd think this stuff is obvious. And you'd think everybody would know this and everybody would act accordingly, act accordingly.
If you are willing to just take medication every day in order to drown that out or suffocate it or kill it, you're taking away one of the most important and valuable drivers that you have as a human being, and you'll just kind of stagnate. You may be happier in the sense that people who perceive nothing are happy. If you perceive nothing, if you just limit what you know to a very small number of things, you might be kind of that ignorance is bliss kind of formula.
Yes.
There is a level of happiness to it, but it's very shallow. It's very superficial.
Yeah.
And ultimately, it's designed to make you accept things that really you ought not to accept, ought not to feel good about, ought not to be happy about.
Right.
It also reframes
if we didn't have anxiety and all that stuff, we wouldn't even be here. America would not exist. Nobody would have ever had the impetus to leave Europe, leave the old world. If people were just content, no anxiety, no unsatisfactory situations or unsatisfying, unfulfilling lives, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't have anything good.
reality in a way that's very
Like, problems are healthy.
dishonest. So basically, therapy culture tells you it's on you. Like, you've got this trauma that you're carrying around with you, all of which, there's truth in all of that, by the way. I'm not dismissing it. But like, big picture, a lot of Americans are really unhappy because the system is working against them. The system that they did not create, into which they were born, which has changed a lot over the past 30 years. It is bad for you. The way we're living is bad for you. And that's the result of decisions that others made.
Yeah.
But when you get prescribed SSRIs or benzos, what is the therapist really saying? Like, your real problems are internal. It's like, yeah, I've got internal problems, but I don't know, a $20 burrito and a lifetime of debt, other people decided to create that system and it's hurting me.
Yeah, it's like they've created this system that is unacceptable to human beings, to natural, regular, average human beings. It's unacceptable. And that's a problem for them. So they've solved that problem by making pharmaceuticals, by making drugs. That's how they ameliorate that problem. It's not by making things better it's not by rising tide lift all boats. No, we'll just shut up the people that are complaining. We'll just shut up the whiny people. We will pathologize their complaints. We will make them believe that it's just them and that they everybody else is enjoying everything, and we'll gaslight them into believing that it's their problem to solve, that we are not to blame, and all of the evil machinations that we have instituted, we'll get away with it. We will just continue. Like, the thing is this kind of stuff, it won't work. It won't work. But in the long run, it's not going to work. So there's no point in even trying it. But it's like they can get away with it for a little while. Never mind the fact that it's going to end in catastrophe. But, it's like the fact that they can get away with it, they're trying to get away with it. And like, therein lies damnation. Like, that's not good. That they're getting away, even if it's just in short term or just in the present, getting away with doing this stuff. It's just a time bomb. They're not, this is a democracy. We're supposed to find a way to get along. We're supposed to compromise. No compromise from them. They just make new drugs. Make new drugs, Why should we have to compromise? Why should we have to be fair? Why should we have to treat people with dignity and respect, you know, it's inconvenient for us. So, uh, apothecaries, chemists, scientists focus on making a drug that will allow us to do evil shit and not have to pay the consequences, that will allow us to commit atrocities and to oppress human beings, like in our democracy. So not in a democracy, but is in a way that we can keep up appearances and at least still pretend, that that people have a say, and that uh, you know the government by the people, for the people, and of the people.
Me. So do you see what I'm saying? You kind of like shift the blame from the guilty to yourself.
Yeah, I mean, you do want all the tools as an individual that you can acquire to kind of combat external forces and to keep yourself from, because sometimes those human instincts can become excessive or off kilter. Fear is good, but paranoia isn't.
Of course, exactly.
Anxiety is good, but like crippling anxiety is a disorder. So it's not as though those things can't go wrong and you want to always like turn them up to 10 and maximize them. And sometimes those things can help, individuals who are struggling with some sort of disorder, get themselves in order. But in general, and this has become, such a common anecdote now when Trump won in 2016, which is very shocking to most people, but to especially the liberals, to liberals, in every city and every part of the country, therapists reported that they had so
Liberty lockdown. He dropped a cut or his reaction to the Candace Owens, Andrew Wilson. I kind of want to catch that right quick, just kind of see what he had to say. I'm sure he probably cut it down to the pertinent moments as well.
I just think all women are retarded.
Oh, so you're allowed to just say stuff.
Here's my prediction. It'll look for the first 30 minutes like I'm on the back foot as I draw the position out, and then I'm going to absolutely eviscerate this chick.
Nice.
That's what's going to happen.
Nice.
I'm off for the debate tomorrow. Should be awesome. For me. It'll at least be awesome for me.
Fact check. False. It was not awesome for you, Andrew Wilson. Holy shnikes.
Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
And bro,
that was fun. That was thrilling. I really, really enjoyed it.
This is literally exactly what I was saying about Andrew Wilson. Like, I was like, bro, technically, I guess he wins his debates, but like, I don't think things are going to go all that good. Like, that being all that great for him. Like, it's just not entertaining. I didn't watch it, by the way.
If you guys haven't watched it yet, I highly recommend you do. It was very, very long, but worth your time, in my view, especially if you followed.
I think he only had 50,000 subs 6 months ago. I think I started watching when I started watching Nick. I believe he was at like 50,000, or maybe it was 20,000. Either way, he's bigger by multiples now.
This case closely, but to me, it was like a guy joining the WNBA and then realizing that actually he's the only woman on the court. That's what it felt like to me. It was Michaela Jordan, and everybody else there was like an elite male athlete. Mm-hmm. Basically, in short, what I'm saying is Andrew Wilson ran into a buzzsaw. Ooh, and this is essentially how I expected it to play out, and largely because I knew, based off of witnessing some of Andrew's prior contentions or prior arguments about
it, like when I started watching Nick and started streaming him, this guy got wrecked. I mean, he was I think he was really into Nick Fuentes too, and then he started doing, just like me, started commenting similar to, basically doing what I'm doing. And I mean, he's a decent guy. He has a pretty good show, and he's a relatable guy. It's good, it's a decent channel. It's called Liberty Lockdown. I like it. I don't watch it all that often, but pretty good guy, white guy like us.
about this case that he really didn't know the facts. He didn't have a good handle on it. He wasn't actually studying it. He certainly hadn't spent the past 10 months, as many of us have, to really wrap his head around or wrap his mind around all of the details that mattered about this case. And I knew for a fact that Candace had.
Well, and that's the thing is this guy thinks his chops at debating, his rhetorical prowess that's all he needs. You know, he thinks that he doesn't need to know the material because he can beat that person on debate etiquette and debate ethics and he can beat them with that technicalities. And it's like, bro, okay, you may technically win, but everybody else thinks you lost, so you lost. And that's the thing. It's like, bro, those things don't mean diddly squat when it comes down to it. When you know, when you're like, especially whether or not he wins has to do with what people think. You know, really. And when he had a small, Andrew Wilson, I guess he's received some notoriety recently, but before it's like he didn't have to worry about that stuff. Now he does, and it didn't work out too good for him, apparently.
And I knew that if you gave enough time, enough breath to actually allow for these conversations to play out, that it would become apparent. And we're going to get to the anvil moment in a second. But first, I want to unpack the first couple minutes of this conversation because there was an admission by Andrew Wilson that I found jaw-dropping, truly, given that the premise of this debate was that his argument, his side, his position was that the evidence against Tyler Robinson, that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk with a rifle, was overwhelming. Quote, that was the position that he was there to defend. And when pressed about that fact by, I think it was PBD who asked it, he said, what percentage do you give to that claim? Like, how confident are you? And this is what he has to say.
Just out of curiosity, are you between 0 to 100? What is the likelihood that you think Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk and killed him?
Based on the evidence right now, I don't know. I'd say 75, 85%.
Candace?
He doesn't have a clue.
0%.
He doesn't have a clue.
I'm at 0.
So
with what we've
He's like, and that's like this, you got to read the room. Today, in this day and age, in this culture, like you got to read the room, bro. You got to read the room, man, because everybody's so connected now. And if you certain thing and everything is kind of ubiquitous, and if you don't understand, the things that are ubiquitous, man, you look bad. You don't look good. You look out of touch. You look like a toddler. Even if you're good at debating, like it's like, dude, you got to read the room. People. And a lot of people have learned that lesson the hard way in the last 10, 15 years. Because, shooting off at the mouth, just thinking that that they know everything, it's like, dude, we're so connected nowadays. It's unacceptable that you not know certain things, and then for him, he talked all that crap. He comes in, now he looks like an idiot. Because everybody agrees on something and he's saying the opposite. And it's like, bro, what's up with that? It doesn't look good. And you do well to keep your hand in on social media, keep your hand in on pop culture. If you want to have any purchase with people, any purchase with society, any purchase with audiences.
seen in terms of the evidence, I'm at 0%.
So obviously it's not very surprising that Candace Owens says 0%, that she's not convinced at all by the evidence that we've seen so far.
Oh, she did.
I'm not
Maybe
in her
she did,
camp.
yeah.
I think that it's like 30 or 40% chance that Tyler did it, or that he was at least a participant. I'd even go all the way up to 50 or 60%. I think that it's probable that he was involved in some fashion, but I'm far.
Well, and the thing with her is she's kind of a shock jock. So her taking the 0% tact, that's kind of her job, is to stake out the extreme position. Sort of. I doubt she actually believes that. It's a kind of like a hyperbole. Like for effect, she says 0%.
from being convinced that he actually pulled the trigger or that Charlie was even shot by a 30-06 Maus 98. But the admission that I found totally jaw-dropping was that this guy is there to defend the position that the evidence against Tyler Robinson is overwhelming. That's the claim. And he says he's 75 to 85% confident. I mean, take the low number, right? 75%. That means that you believe there's a 25% chance that an innocent man is on trial for his life, that a guy who is in your industry, Charlie Kirk, was assassinated, and that the wrong man is facing trial, facing the death penalty. And you are there to defend the prosecution's narrative and to condemn Candace Owens for asking questions about their case, while you yourself admit in the first 10 minutes of this debate that you think that there's a 1 in 4 chance that the wrong guy is on trial. It's over. That's it. That's the whole debate. I mean, what does the word overwhelming mean? Well, I'm not going to give you the definition. We all know how it's utilized. It's utilized to demonstrate that it's overwhelming, that you are basically, there's so much.
It's obvious. It's so obvious it doesn't need to be stated. Goes without saying. Apparently not, Mr. Wilson. Geez, that's not good. Galileo.
Evidence that you are, it's almost impossible for you to come to a different conclusion. At 25% leeway, you're admitting that there is plenty of room for you to be convinced of something else having taken place that day. You are admitting yourself that all of the
kill me. That was a message sent September 9th.
But he was not messaging people the day before saying, I'm going to be murdered. They're coming after me. Someone's going to kill me. He didn't say that. And I have his cell phone.
Okay, let's take it at face value. Maybe that text message is legitimate. Did Charlie Kirk actually know who was going to kill him that day? I would argue probably not. He may have had suspicions, and he was clearly right to suspect that his life was in jeopardy. He got that part right. But just because he thought that the left might be the person or the culprit behind it, does that mean that he was right about that? No, obviously it doesn't. But what I do find interesting is that suddenly text messages in the immediate hours before his untimely death and assassination are now valid.
That's insane, though, that he thought that. Like, obviously, they were doing like they did to Trump with the golden pager. Yeah, how else could you read that? If I was Trump, how could you not read that as a threat? Honestly, how could you not read that as a threat? And I would imagine Charlie was probably getting those messages, that were. I mean, it must have been pretty scary.
They are now admissible in the court of public opinion. You can now discuss, what was Charlie thinking? What was he talking about in private? Suddenly it's okay. When Candace Owens did it in the month after the assassination, when she presented the text saying that he had no choice but to abandon the pro-Israel cause and that he was very upset about the pressure he was receiving from pro-Zionist donors, that was somehow beyond the pale. But now it's okay. Okay, just making sure we're all on the same page. The rules have been updated. But it's intriguing. It's interesting. Certainly, it would have been nice if there was a little bit more meat to it, if he had clarified if there was any explicit threats that he had received in the immediate days or hours leading up to those text messages. It would be great if we had that information. And I have a harebrained idea. How about we have a real investigation and we actually find out if there was any meat on that bone, if there was any reason for him to suspect that, had he received any online or electronic threats in the 72 hours before he sent that text message. Do we have answers to that, Andrew? Wouldn't you like to know? I would. I think America would. Anybody in his orbit ought to, if they're actually interested in justice and not just winning an online blood sports debate. I think we ought to actually be demanding that. We ought to be asking ourselves, why haven't all of those leads been ran down?
Right.
Why is it that Josh Hammer and so many of the other insiders that were involved in those group chats, why did they?
What happened to our society, man? Where, well, I guess it's, Martin Luther, a lot of stuff has gone down like this in the past. JFK, we've had stuff like this happen. It's like, it just didn't, it seems to forebode, seems to be an evil omen or an ill omen for sure.
They lie. Why did they lie in the immediate aftermath, saying that those text messages didn't exist and then said that they were fake after they were made public? Why did they do that? Now, to be clear, I'm not saying that that definitively proves that Charlie Kirk abandoning the pro-Israel cause 48 hours before his assassination is in fact evidence that Israel was behind it. Obviously, that would be ridiculous to jump to that conclusion. Just as it would be ridiculous to jump to the conclusion that because Charlie Kirk said the day prior that he feared that the left was trying to kill him, that we now jump to the conclusion that, well, then it must be Tyler Robinson. That Tyler Robinson, because of his alleged sexuality and the boyfriend he kept, furry, trans, whatever, that suddenly that is convincing, that is demonstrative of guilt. That the guy who was assassinated somehow knew he had a crystal ball, that some guy obsessed with
one misleading piece of evidence. That in his final days, on or around September 8th, Charlie sent a text message reading, "Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause."
Biggest debate of your life, biggest moment of your life, probably the biggest moment you will ever have in your career. And you read your opening statement. I found that honestly stunning. So stunning that I, in fact, immediately texted Dave Smith and I was like, dude, can you believe this right now?
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah,
Like,
this guy.
That's the way that you.
Yeah, he talks. He knows Dave Smith too. Like he built up a big enough channel to where he has, he rubs elbows with these guys now. But man, it's like, it's just that. Just thinking to myself, like, anybody that tries to change anything, anybody that tries to make a better world for their kids or tries to bring about a better future, they get whacked. It's like, why would anybody, we have such evil people running the world that Liberty Lockdown, yeah. It's such an evil group of people that, nobody dares to make a difference. Because you don't know what subjects are off limits and what stuff you need to steer away from. At least I don't. And it's just getting to the point where it's like, worry about myself and, everything else will take care of itself. Because it's like too many, there are the people in charge or the people in charge, the way things are the way they like them, and it's like you try to make a difference and you gore the wrong guy's ox and you end up getting your head blown off. Seriously. It's kind of, it's tragic because, honestly, I think about it. Like, should I even, like, maybe I should stop doing YouTube. Like, what's the point? If I actually could do something, somebody's probably going to kill me. So it's like, yeah, I don't, it's, this stuff is, it's it discourages any sort of dissent, and it has true real world consequences. When a guy like Charlie Kirk gets not whacked, he gets knocked off, he was a pretty average dude, and don't think, if I think about it, you better believe everybody thinks about it. Dave Smith thinks about it. Like I'm a nobody, but even I, like, it's conceivable that I could, that in 6 months I could be, things could be different. So it's like you honestly, it doesn't matter who you are, where you're at, you would do well to consider, because it's like, I think, and all this stuff is my future. I'd like to think that it's premeditated, and I plan for things and stuff, and and like doing what I'm doing, I can't help but be wary of, like I would like to affect change in American politics, in Western politics. I would like to, bring about change if I could. But that is dangerous, man, because as always, there's always a risk to it. Martin Luther King, JFK, that was a long time ago. But they have even more power today, and they seem to be as ruthless and unscrupulous in the pursuit of their own their own interests. Where they will kill somebody who doesn't, like Charlie wasn't even a politician. He wasn't even a politician, just like Martin Luther King was. And what he was saying was too radical. It was too, like, he could change too much. Too much could change. And the change that he could have affected, apparently it was going to affect pretty unscrupulous people, pretty heavily. And it's fairly standard what Charlie Kirk was doing and talking about. He wasn't a radical nutcase or something, and he was killed for that. That's, man, that gives you, it's got to give you pause. You gotta have pause when that happens. I mean, you would do well to. I'm sure Nick Fuentes thought about it long and hard. And I didn't, honestly, I would not have guessed that I would even have as much, that I would even have 2,000 subscribers. I think, that's pretty, like, I wouldn't have pegged that as a possibility a year ago. But, and I wasn't thinking about this a year ago, even though he wasn't shot till September. So, but like right after September, it didn't occur. I didn't have these thoughts. I remember Nick saying he did. I started watching him after Charlie got shot. And it's like, dude, this has done so much damage to our political system, our politics. It has damaged the chances, the odds that America will recover, that America will endure, or we will fix this, we will beat this, we're trending in a bad direction. Killing Charlie Kirk lowered the possibility that we can fix this before, avoid a collapse. Even if there's just one less person, keeps their mouth shut because Charlie was shot, that's a major setback, a major loss there. Damn shame, without a doubt.
Come out of the gate weak. You're going to lose the audience immediately. You've spent $300,000. Now he got some of that refunded. 70,000 or so was reimbursed to him through the Give Send Go. So he's out 230 grand to have this debate that he went on Joe Rogan and demanded, right?
Wow.
And he gets it. And this is his big moment. And he spent months demanding this debate.
Damn.
And he gets in there and he goes,
Makes a fool.
so the case is, he wasn't smoking because Candace's demands, but you can imagine, right? And I think that the case is ultimately overwhelming. Come on. You're supposed to be presenting yourself as the outraged party. You are furious.
Isn't it crazy, too, that his position is the establishment position, and his position is supposed to be the reasonable position, the one that's sort of the sensible position. But and this is how absurd all this Tyler Robinson, Charlie Kirk stuff is that, like, Andrew Wilson, he actually touched that buzz. What was he thinking? It was like a total grenade he picked up there. Well, he didn't have to pick up this live grenade, but he did. Like, and he's coming off as the nut, as the absurd one, the one who's just, this is absurd. This is fantasy land. Like, as if he was like he's thinking like a leftist or something, or like a trans activist, just an idiot or a lunatic. And his position is the establishment, the FBI's position. That is how insane reality is at the moment. It's crazy.
Because Candace Owens and so many others have besmirched the good names of Erica Kirk and TPUSA, and they've damaged Charlie's legacy. And you get this opportunity after $300,000 and months of effort.
That is crazy.
You finally get this chance to sit down. You got Patrick Bet-David to sit to your right.
Thinking?
You got Candace Owens sitting right in front of you, and you got a camera with 10 million people watching across the world over time. I'm sure it'll do at least that many. And you don't even look her in the eye. You don't look at the camera. You don't have anything to say to challenge her as a person, man to man, right? Or at least person to person, face to face. This is your big moment. You finally get it. And you're trembling.
I would argue that Joe Rogan was his moment, but either way, he muffed it, made a butch.
I was texting with Baron Coleman and Dave Smith during the debate, and I was like, can you believe this? He's reading? And then the anvil after that is Candace Owens. She finally gets her chance to do her open. And she goes, you know what? I'm not going to give you some soliloquy. I'm not going to give you some open. I want to get into the meat of this case because that's what matters. And it was like, boom. That's it. And she's looking him dead in the eye, right? No script, no pre-prepared nothing. And by the way, why do you need a script? Oh, and also, if you're going to have a scripted opener for 2 or 3 minutes, it better be a bang.
Because he doesn't know what he's talking about. Like, she knows this material front and back. He's like a ringer, somebody, maybe he was paid off. He's supposed to be Mr. Debate Chops, Mr. Badass Debater. And she's supposed to be the loon. Well, he knows this, or she knows this material forward and backward. She's been pregnant for like the last 2 years. She's had nothing else but to do, or nothing to do but sit around and focus on this crap. And he didn't. So he brought a bunch of notes thinking that was going to save him. And that's what I'm saying about the debating thing is that, these people think that, they're so good at debating, they don't need to know anything about the subject. They can win either. They can just stake out their argument, stake out their assertion, and just play defense. Stake out that assertion, stake out a reasonable assertion, and then play a rear guard. It's just like, what were you thinking, bro? What were you thinking? And essentially, you guys are in court with public opinion as your judge, and you thought it would be a good idea to show up with a script, bro. Apparently, you're. We would assume this guy's pretty smart, but has no common sense whatsoever. He's one of those people that's book smarts, but kind of an idiot when it comes to street smarts, or what's sort of, he's kind of a du jour guy, and he needed to be a de facto guy in this one anyway.
Brother, you better bring the heat with that thing.
Yeah.
And it was nothing. It was just.
I knew somebody was going to catch that. I said a badass debater, and I knew somebody was going to go masturbator. I knew it. A badass debater. Because I thought, I was like, wait a second. That sounded pretty weird. It sounded like I said masturbator. Like, I swear I had that thought. Shit, should I correct that? Masturbator. I almost said something too, but I was like, I was talking kind of quick. I'm sure they didn't hear that. Apophis, he's listening, that's for sure. Dude's, you guys honestly, you guys are all pretty sharp. there isn't much that gets by you guys, for sure. I mean, even with only 10 people in here, anything, at least one of you is going to catch, everything. Or anything that happens or anything I say, any mistake I make, at least one person's going to catch it. More, I mean, that's it represents, it's positive in its reflection of reflection of my audience, smart audience. I mean, what can I say? What do they say? Great, like-minded people and whatnot. Great minds think alike.
Air. I just want to give a quick compliment to PBD because a lot of people were expecting him to be in the bag for the prosecution side. And I thought, well, no one's ever happy with a moderator. As someone who has moderated debates, let me just tell you, basically everyone always feels that if you are in the middle, then you aren't pressing them hard enough. And if you are biased towards one side, then obviously you're ruining the debate. You're putting your finger on the scale. And it's like, so no one's ever happy. But I thought Patrick Bet-David did a really good job. He opened it by saying, I'm going to try and talk as little as possible. He did that, which is key. He only gently kept them on topic and gently guided from one topic to the next. I thought he did as good a job as you could have hoped for in that setting, given the heightened temperature around this subject. And he allowed them to, he didn't put his finger on the scale. He let them stand on their own or fall on their own. And in this case, I think we already know which side fell. But the entire first hour is essentially the defense of the prosecution's narrative, or Candace poking holes in it and Andrew Wilson trying to defend it. And you just come away with zero. I mean, there's nothing.
I was talking to AI. I wasn't talking to AI, but I was kind of asking a few probing AI about organization and setting goals and stuff, because I've never really been much of a white collar person. I've never had a white collar job. Never really, I like in school, I was never, I wasn't a straight A student. I never had any use for taking notes, never had any use for idea maps or whatever the hell those graphic devices for writing stories are. I never had any use for that stuff. I just didn't. Didn't mean I didn't, get good grades or whatever. I just didn't have any use for that stuff. And now I'm finding, damn, I wish I had, learned how to. I never once, not one time in my entire school life ever used my planner, my school planner. They issue you one every year. I never once used it. And it regretfully, after, retrospectively, I wish I had, participated in that. But, I'm learning it. I'm having to learn it now, and I'm enjoying it. But it's weird because I was never into paperwork when I didn't like that stuff. I just wanted to learn. But now it's like I actually want to get my ideas and my thoughts down on paper or get them recorded. So I'm like, I'm kind of flailing, or I was kind of flailing. So, and I had to, I had to figure it out. So I, was talking to AI about it. And basically the thing I was asking it how to set goals, how to accomplish them, and because I was thinking, well, I kind of work from home, and how do other people do this? And man, I fucking forgot where I was going with it. About AI. Either way, anyway. Yeah, I mean, I am enjoying learning it though. It's kind of like I always enjoy projects like that, like learning how to build computers or repair them or software. I love that stuff. Really, I really enjoy that, and I get excited when I'm learning something new that I'm interested in. just like researching how to, organization and stuff like that, how to work from home and how to get stuff done, how to set goals, how to schedule, make uh successfully, use your time, how to use your time wisely. Yeah, I just never needed that stuff, I wasn't into that and never was into the white collar stuff. But now, and now I enjoy it. Like, it's kind of funny. It's a damn shame that they try to shove that stuff down your throat as a kid while you're like going to school. And this is why co-ed is not a good idea, because, I'm more concerned about, socializing at school, like you're so concerned about fitting in and people liking you. And, well, I never really, it's like people, if I didn't fit in, then screw it, sour grapes. That's kind of how I was. Or I was always a bit of a loner, and which that suits me. I still am a loner, I really don't need people. I kind of like being by myself. But still though, it's like it's it's pretty easy to uh focus on your social life and that kind of stuff when you're going through school and you're young. It really is. It's like, and nowadays, like now, I back then I didn't know why I did the things I did or why I felt or what I was dealing. I didn't know any of that stuff. It's like I've solved all the, I've figured out all the things that were, all the things that kept me from doing certain things or, achieving or this or that. I figured all that stuff out, and it's like it just seems ridiculously easy to me now. Like like really easy, especially with AI. But that stuff, like I was talking about before, how all I did was wear this T-shirt, and the damned AI pulled up the exact shirt, which is their Under Armour's Tech T 2.0. I mean, pulled it right up. I was just like, oh, geez, that's not cool. Like, I just sent it a picture that I removed the background from. It was just me, nothing behind me, and it like, ran a search for everything in the picture and then told me what it found. The only thing it found about the picture was the shirt that I was wearing. I mean, it's just crazy. And like, I'm not sure that that's a better reality. I'm not sure that that's I mean, honestly, it scared me because it's like, bro, I mean, I can think of a million things, a million negative, evil things that this portends, but I can only think of a few that are positive. I mean, it just seems like a surveillance state tool. What the hell, man? This thing it can see your t-shirt and can like peg, like it's a little bit scary. Like, you think you're kind of anonymous on the internet and then a picture, goes on and your name is in something in the picture in the background you didn't even realize. Boom, they got where you live. They know where you are. That's scary, bro. That's scary to me, man. That this is more power than human beings should have, really. Although, this will only create there will be consequence. It will create spin-off. It will create clandestine spin-offs or groups of people that figure out how to get around it. Like with anything, any sort of police, any inventions or any or progress in policing or penology, criminals answer. They come back. You can't get rid of crime. Doesn't matter how big of a surveillance state there is. And as you make some crime, as you solve some problems and get rid of certain types of crime, it's almost like, by the nature of reality, that creates new crimes. The technology you have to create to get rid of certain crimes will create potential for new, heretofore uh, not known about, or never, no, crimes that have never been committed. Like, just kind of, uh, it's sad, but at the same time, it's kind of it's a check. It's make sure there's an equilibrium. Like, the fact that there's crime is kind of a good sign. It means that people can still do things that they're not supposed to, and that's that. And it's crazy that we're in a world today where it's like, thank God we still have crime, because that means that they don't have us totally, that we're not totally enslaved. Yeah. What a wonderful future we've made for all humans. Truly. Seriously though.
And the moment we're in is pretty simple. I think a lot of Americans have realized that the Democratic and the Republican Party agree with each other on the biggest issues, that is the economy and foreign policy, and highlight their minor differences in order to hide that fact from the rest of us. And so clearly we need an alternative, and I have no idea what that will be, but there will be an alternative because this is not acceptable.
There's an opening.
Whether you elect a Democrat or Republican, you always get more wars, more surveillance, more welfare, and more surveillance. And to answer that, Tucker Carlson and Marjorie Taylor.
Regardless of who we elect, we lose. I mean, translating what he said, no matter who we elect, we still continue to lose freedom, continue to lose privileges that everybody had, or, like, every day, every year, life gets less and less flavorful, less and less, we get less and less out of it. And it seems like it has something to do with the people that run our country, the people that run the world. They just take a little bit more. They're leaving a little bit less for us every day. When people started, capitalism was an idea, or, people started doing that, like free market, laissez-faire, 1800s. There was a period of time where things were at their most liberal in the 1800s, or, when people, in the true sense of the word. Since then, it just seems to have gotten less and less and less, till we've arrived at a place that's as bad and as constraining and suffocating as what we had before capitalism, what we had before human rights and voting and stuff. It's like, and it goes to show that human beings, no matter how perfect a system or benevolent a system, human beings will corrupt it. They will corrupt it eventually. So, and that basically, it just means that nothing is permanent. No good thing, lasts forever, no matter what. No, the best system of government, the best empire, the best everything, humans will find a way to corrupt it, dilute it, wear it down, like Glenn Greenwald said, sandpaper the corners off, the sharp edges, the rough edges, sandpaper the corners off it, and make it as flavorless as rice, pretty much just like paper pulp, just a mass of fibers, pulp, no flavor. I mean, it is kind of depressing, or it's kind of sad, but at the same time, that That's sort of why we have or why the Greeks had the phoenix, why the idea of the phoenix is sort of a human condition. It's sort of a human idea, a universal human idea. Redemption, universal human idea. Because we are cyclical beings, cyclical creatures. We're flawed creatures, corrupt creatures. So it's like no matter what, we can't help, like we're just cyclical, nothing lasts forever, no good thing lasts forever, but no bad thing lasts forever either. So there is like we can take heart in the cyclical nature, even if like it's like there's a flip side to the coin. It's like yeah, we're there's always going to be downs. The flip side, there's always going to be ups too. Almost kind of an equivalent. And I remember when I was younger, like just thinking as a teenager, I think about that age, and being thinking about life. Like I remember one time I bit the inside of my cheek. It hurt like hell. I remember thinking to myself, you know, it is so depressing that that's no matter what I do, if I live long enough, I'm going to do that again. I'm going to bite my cheek hard as shit again. And then it occurred to me, I was thinking to myself, man, like I could see every time I would bite my cheek throughout the rest of my life. And I was thinking to myself, like, man, no matter what I do, I'm going to do that before I die. If I live, to my natural life. Like, and that was depressing to me. Like, motherfucker, man. Like, it's like just a time bomb. Like, I could just literally just like Queequeg, just sit there and wait for it. Like that's how I felt. Like that's so depressing that like you have to live with the fact that there is adversity in your future. Flip side of that coin is hopefully there is also happiness, also contentment, fulfillment, success, thriving. Yeah, I just remember that being a really demoralizing thought. And it's weird that I remember that's so specific that I remember it was biting my cheek that made me think. I was thinking to myself too, like you get a nasty cold. I was thinking to myself one time, I'm like, man, fuck, I do not look forward to having to go through this again. Like, because like you're going to, like, you have a shitty cold. Like, it's not like you get through it and that's the one you have. No, you can look forward to that happening to you a few more times, most likely. And then, that's the rub, but the rub of life, the abrasiveness of life. But also thought to myself, like, nice thing about rock bottom is you can't go any further down. You can't sink any further. Although seems to be there's always another level that you can sink to. But but you get to rock bottom, you can only go up. And I was thinking to myself, like, in life too, like when you're going through bad times, you can look forward to a light at the end of the tunnel because there's it's not possible for you to not rebound from bad. I mean, unless you die. Like you go through bad times, it's like, well, at least good times are coming. I'm due for good times. Eventually, my luck will change. Like, man, and something that got me through some tough times, man. Some tough times, dude. Like I just kind of reminded, like how got this really depressed feeling just now, like of how hard that time was for me. Like, and I it kind of, yeah, like I just remember thinking, like, man, this has been hard, and there seems to be no bottom to this. and that is what got me through it, was like, no matter what, there is bedrock at the bottom. If I continue to dig, I will reach solid bedrock at the bottom. It's just like, when do you get to the bedrock? You know what I mean? Driving these damn pile drivers, till the cows come home, to China, and it's hard, man. Just sitting there driving these damn pilings. I mean, not literally. I mean, I'm just like metaphorically pile driving. And it's like, I just could not reach stability. And it like kind of was choking me, like it chokes me up when I think about how like when I think about those times, and how I felt and what I went through. It was very difficult, and it chokes me up. Like, I seriously, you know it it was not easy. I mean, the hard way out was to not uh jump off a building. Put it that way. And like, in that state of mind I was in when I had those thoughts, it was just like, dude, I can't. I don't know how longer I can do this. Like, there has to be a bottom to this son of a bitch, bro. Like, like, when do I hit pay dirt here? And and honestly, like, that's kind of why I do the channel. That's kind of why it's important to me, because I know, I don't feel that way anymore, but I know there's a hell of a lot of people out there that do feel that way. And I don't presume to know how to, I'm not trying to say that, I'm doing it, fixing it or anything, but it's like, I don't feel that way anymore, but I would hopefully I can help people, or prevent people from feeling that way, or do, affect some change that will make life, better for everyone, or, that I can contribute some small triviality or something. Because, dude, yeah, that it was not easy, man. And it was like, it makes me kind of want to, like, kind of tear up. Like, I feel like I was feeling like the oncoming of some mistiness there when I said that, when I was like, you know, because no matter what, like, I remember just thinking to myself, like, eventually, my luck has to change. And this was like probably between 2010 and 2020, or at least 2010 to 2018 or 16, something like that. But it was right when it just seemed like I couldn't catch a break, man. And it was like, not only could I not catch a break in my microcosm, like, little trivial existence, but I couldn't catch like, me as in a straight white male could not catch a break on the nowhere. It was like, everywhere I turned, I was no good. I was a fuck up. Everywhere I turned, it's like there was nobody. I was scum, it was like, no matter what I did, who I was talking to, I was like scum, because of, what I am, basically, or because of my, and I just, it was a damned, it was a lot, it was adverse, man. It was difficult. And, but, like Abraham Lincoln said, the true test of a man's character is, true test of a man's character is when he has power, how he handles adversity with power. I think that's what it was. Yeah, adversity with power. It's easy to have power when things are going good, but when things are bad, what do you do? Because it's easy to turn to bad, dictatorship or whatever. But as they say, also, rightfully so, it's not how hard of a punch you can take or how hard you punch. It's can you are you willing to are you going to get back up? Like, it's when you fall off the horse, are you going to get back on the horse? How tenacious of a person are you? How bad do you want it? You know, how tough, how tough are you really? Ain't so tough, you know? You ain't so tough. Yeah, I mean, like how we all think we're the ultimate badass at the end of the day. I mean, everybody thinks that. But, you know, nobody's a badass when life is just whipping the shit out of you, you know? And I've been through a lot too, Shit, man, wrecked motorcycles, on drugs, like all kinds of stuff, rehabs, and that stuff was tough, man, but it really, it wasn't, it was kind of easy compared to other things. It really was. It's easy. That was easier to handle than what happened in our culture and our society. Like, because I could do something about a lot of those things in my life, but like politically, like how we're just straight up disenfranchised, like, and we're the bad guy. Everybody thinks we're the bad, that kind of, you can't, there's nothing you can do about that. It's like the sense of helplessness that was difficult to deal with, truly sense of helplessness. There's nothing you can do. You're just, everybody has decided people that look like you are the enemy of humanity. You're the public enemy number one. And you are the cause of adversity in life. Like, we're gods apparently, and everybody would be living in utopia if it wasn't for straight white males. That was hard, man. And it's like, shit. I watched so many people, if incompetent people, just absolute incompetence incarnate, get get passed over for DEI morons, and like just kind of stagnating because I'm white, I'm a man, and I'm not gay. And that was a hard pill to swallow. And it makes you bitter. It makes you want to be bitter. And it's like, not, I mean, I'm not bitter about it. It's like, I'm bitter about some things. I'm regretful, I've made a lot of poor decisions, bitter about my own poor decisions. But, there's a lot of people out there that aren't as honest or as hard on themselves as me. A lot of people out there don't really think all that much and assume that, somebody else is responsible for the adversity they're going through. You get what I'm saying? And you know what I mean? Like, a lot of bad shit has happened to me, and I don't blame that stuff on anybody else. And a lot of people aren't as honorable, aren't as uh don't hold themselves to such a high standard, and I always have. Like, my parents always held me to a high standard. You know, they just wouldn't accept, like anything like anything that reflected on them. It's like I wasn't gonna get away with that. So, and I have a healthy respect for, um, you know, how I affect the people around me. So,
Green, Joe Kent, and Thomas Massey recently announced plans to form a new political movement of sorts. It's not clear whether that will manifest.
I'm thinking I want to do like a marathon stream. Like, bro, just go like 24 hours. Just go hard. Go hard in the paint. 24 hours. Maybe even do like a week straight, live for a week straight, sleeping in front of my sleeping in front of my web camera. That would be so cool. And they say and it's kind of a stunt, like a gimmick that you get followers for that.
Manifest into a party or not, but in this clip, Tucker is revealing the purpose behind that political movement they're setting up and some of the propaganda tactics the regime uses to divide people against each other who would otherwise unite in common cause against the deep state psychological operations, against the war, against a lot of the lunacy that regular Americans see in front of their eyes every single day. So let's take a look at what he has to say about it. Please like the video, subscribe to the channel, and hype it if you can.
I just showed Candace Owens. She was here and I had a conversation with her and I said, Candace, there's a lot of people who are talking about the fact that you would be a great leader because you're so courageous. And would you consider running for president? And she said, no, but I would consider being with or backing Tucker Carlson if he ran for president. I don't know if you heard her say that, but what do you make of
Not until right now.
Really? She said that.
Yeah.
She said that about you. She said she wants you to be president. And if you run for president, she'll join you in any way that you need her. That's something.
Well, I mean, it's really a
It's a nice
reflection
sentiment.
on the poverty of our politics, how bad our political class is. I mean, I'm a podcaster. I've never been elected to anything. I've never really run anything. So if we're in a place where people are sincerely saying someone like me should take charge, that tells you a lot about the people who are in charge.
Yeah.
They're totally unworthy of the offices they hold. And that's so clearly true. And you know that because they're running the United States into the ground, both domestically and internationally. Our empire is collapsing. We're on the brink of a third world war, and our country is getting poor. So anyone responsible for that is by definition, well, in my view, a criminal, but at minimum incompetent and just not qualified to do what he's doing.
I just showed a picture of you with Joe Catt and Thomas Massey and Marjorie Taylor Greene in your home. Great picture, by the way. Everybody looks happy, and it looks like you're having a conversation over a meal, which is, a pretty cool thing. What's the meaning behind this? Is Candace on to something here? Or are you thinking about creating something?
Well, I'm not planning.
Honestly, I think it's time to ditch the Democrats and Republicans. Really and truly. Yeah, 6 hours, because within a couple of hours of getting a fix, you're already thinking about the next one. You're already worried about where am I going to get the money? Like, bro, you get a couple of hours of nodding out or a couple of hours that you're okay and you're not thinking about it. Bro, and before you're hurting, before you're sick, you're already in hell thinking about when you are. Yeah, that's no kind of life to be. That's no kind of life.
To run for president, that's for sure. But those are people, Marjorie, Joe, Thomas Massey. I mean, those are three people who I think understand the moment we're in. And the moment we're in is pretty simple. I think a lot of Americans have realized that the Democratic and the Republican Party agree with each other on the biggest issues, that is the economy and foreign policy, and highlight their minor differences in order to hide that fact from the rest of us.
That's exactly what they do, the divide and conquer approach. I think it wasn't, seen any greater than when it was in the late 2010s and early 2010s when you had the Tea Party movement and the Occupy movement, both kind of sprung up in the months after the TARP bailouts, the global financial crisis that the United States was in. You got all these banks.
Yeah, Obama just got elected.
Bailouts and all these corporate bailouts with large amounts of people rallying against those things, opposing them. Yeah. With the Tea Party representing the right-wing flair of that and the left-wing.
Obama was supposed to be, change, hope, I'm going to do it. He's supposed to be this guy, this great progressive. I mean, in some respects, he was worse than the politicians before him. Straight up. And why anybody thinks, feels he's a celebrity or a rock star or some kind of a saint beats me, because on that guy's watch, we literally our civilization collapsed. Our birth rate collapsed and hasn't recovered since 2007, 2008. Our economy basically collapsed, still hasn't recovered. Nothing has got back to normal since 2008. Nothing. Like, I just became an adult, and that I tell you what, that's why life was so damned hard. We had 2008. I just turned 18. I could not get a job to save my life for like a couple years, man. And it's like, no one, of course, people turn to drugs. It's easy to fall into addiction or drug use when you can't get a job. Then when you could get a job, it was only white women and colored people were allowed to get them. Everybody else, they just had to take what they could get. It's like, honestly, would imagine it's still probably like that for the most part. But it's like, I kind of like, it doesn't bother me so much anymore, because I don't need those assholes anyway. Like, because new things happen. YouTube happened, and like, I never would have suspected that I would be good at this. And it's like, they can't hold that. And that's what I used to always say to myself, no matter how hard it got. I would say, like, think to myself, like, you're supposed to be so smart. You're supposed to be so clever. If that's the case, if you are as clever as you supposedly are, as people have told you, as it seems to be, then this will not keep you down. And that honestly, that was my impetus. That was my motivation. Like, that's what kept me going, was that it would be like I'm like, really, the only thing I'm scared of is like failure, or any gifts that I have that I was given for them to be a waste. Giving them to me was a waste. Like, that scares me. I don't, the idea of dying and feeling that, like, that, really, that's the worst. That's the worst outcome I can imagine. Because it's like, and it really hurt when people that were not as clever, not as knowledgeable, and that were, I'm getting passed over, and it's so easy for them. And also, like, it's like people constantly make me feel like, like I'm so lucky. Like, you like I'm people would say, "Oh man, I wish I was like you. I wish I, this, that, and the other." And so it's like, you get some pressure, like, shit, I kind of have to perform. Like, I have no excuse. Supposedly, uh, it's a free society, and it's like, if I'm a failure, it's my fault. And because I was raised with that ethos, that's the way my people are. And I still, deep down, that's the way I see it. And it's like, no matter how hard life is or how much I'm discriminated against, I feel that I should be able to rise against that, or rise above that. I feel like there's nothing anybody can do to keep me down if I am as clever as I am. I mean, because if they do keep me down, well, then I really wasn't, obviously, I wasn't clever enough, and something that used to bother me is like, what good is, what good is anything, or what good is something that doesn't profit a man? You know, what good is it to be smart if you don't profit by it? What good is it to be anything if you're not going to profit by it? You know, that's I think that's the way, that's kind of a masculine way to look at it, but you know, it's just like worrying doesn't profit a man either. So I don't worry. I don't do that stuff. You know, like I try to spend my time thinking about moving the ball forward, progress, success, achievement.
Presented through the Occupy movement. Well, what did they do? They injected all the culture war stuff, all the race war, sex war, war on women, the gun control, all this stuff meant to divide those peoples that would have aligned on those things. And many people within those two, I guess, protest movements would have aligned against the wars too. But that's what you get, and these are the tactics they use. Now, Tucker's exactly right. The moral bankruptcy of the people in Washington and the people that have control over the levers of power have produced calls for people like Tucker to run for president, because regular Americans connect with them much more than they connect with absurd politicians and their mouthpieces in the media space, like the Ben Shapiro's and Mark Levin's. No one want what those people have to offer anymore. So of course there's going to be calls for Tucker to run. It is an interesting idea, but there are barriers if this is formed into a party. If they include dissident leftists that agree with them on opposing the wars, what does that say for their platform? Does it have, economic provisions that are more likened to a left-wing view or a right-wing view? What about guns? What about abortion? What about other issues that it's hard to find alignment on? So I almost hope that if this becomes a thing and a valuable tool against the regime, it should be a coalition of sorts rather than a party, because becoming a party forces you to essentially adopt a set of policies that some of which would be dividing lines, because the dividing lines are all already there. They use them against people from above in Washington, and it might be just more feasible to do this from a coalition standpoint.
And moreover, that actually the big decisions of the U.S. government are not made by elected officials. They're made by the permanent bureaucracy, the deep state. That's a fact. I've watched it. So that's not democracy. That's not. And by the way, they're not doing a good job. It'd be one thing if you had a non-democratic system. There are plenty of them in the world. There are lots of monarchies that are run pretty well.
Yeah.
You would say, well, okay, it's not a democracy, but at least it works.
Yeah.
We have the worst of all systems.
Yep.
It's not a democracy and it doesn't work.
Yep.
And so clearly we need an alternative. And I have no idea what that will be, but there will be an alternative, because this is not acceptable.
It's not going to last.
I've almost gotten to I don't know about you, but one of the things that we've always prided ourselves on as Americans is that we got to elect a new person every 4 years. So the American people voted and chose somebody, and that person went in there. We say, now it's going to get better. But it never gets better, which makes me wonder is it really a democracy if no matter who you put in there, they do the same damn thing that the guy before them did? Isn't that really more a description of like a totalitarian system, maybe even a dictatorship? Just because you change the person.
Or a description of a dog and pony show, a description of a fantasy, a description of a farce, a description of professional wrestling or kabuki theater, because that's what we got. That's our system of government. Our sacred democracy is a sacred democracy in name only.
Doesn't mean you change the system.
Well, I think it's even worse than that, because it's a fraud. At least if you had a strongman, which I don't want at all. I'm an American. I believe in the sovereignty of the individual. But if you had that, at least you would know what you had. Mm-hmm. You wouldn't be under illusion.
You would know who to blame, too. You would know who to blame.
That you had choice. And I would say it's not just that the United States has declined. It's declined in exactly the same way that Europe, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand have declined in exactly the same way. The same demographic collapse, birth rate collapse, the same sort of official state atheism, the same.
And obviously, I mean, it's a problem. It's something that the West all around and all together seem to be in decline or suffering from the same thing. But it's like the Anglosphere, the English speaking countries, it's, it's like our own personal little specific little brand of government, our specific brand of way of life is obviously whatever the decisions that have been made in the last 30 years, specifically in English speaking countries, is the problem. The decisions we've made are killing us. The decisions we've made are literally, we're going the way of Marty McFly's family. Our fucking bodies are fading off the photo. Next thing you know, yeah, white genetics, yeah, they're just not even going to exist on planet Earth. We're just letting ourselves be freaking, basically cut out of existence, cut out of life, cut out of and the choices we've made and our way of life. Our way of life doesn't inspire or it doesn't result in human thriving. Human beings do not thrive in English speaking countries. In fact, they do the exact opposite. English speaking, really, it's like the West, but especially English speaking countries, we're the only civilization that can take beautiful, intelligent, vibrant children or 18-year-olds that have their entire lives ahead of them and they're brimming with life and a lust for life and a appetite for life, real joie de vivre, and turn them into a miserable, confused, self-hating, complaining, whiny, self-described homosexual. Like, I mean, it's crazy. Like I seen a post or something where it's like a 20-year-old white girl, and she was, you could tell that in past eras she would have just been, I mean, she wasn't bad. I mean, it's just like you could tell she would have just been like just an awesome wife, like a perfect wife. Like in eras past, she was just an average pretty white girl, but she had shit all in her face, metal shit all in her face. She's a gay such and such, she's like, yes, I'm a gay female, like whatever. And it's just like all of that is bullshit. But it's all the fruits and the fault of this society, this toxic, terminally ill society. Because anybody who is still, who is still below the water level in culture, they're still young, they're still so young that they're absorbing culture. It's killing them. It's turning them in. These people end up with the most miserable existence, not because they were handed that existence, but because they were convinced that that was their circumstance, and there's no point in even trying. There's no point in having any ambition. I'm just going to sit here and complain about things and hope somebody else will fix it for me. Bro, and it's like, dude, this society is evil, man. When I see a 20-year-old girl that's just complaining and accusing, every sentence she speaks is, oh, oppressive white men, oppressive this, and it's like, man, they've had everything stolen from them. These people it's hard to put into words how sad it is and how evil it is. Because these people did not deserve that. Because and like I said, they're convinced, they're brainwashed into that, and because they've been brainwashed, they honestly believe that they're a victim. They believe that they're oppressed. They're not, though. They're not at all. They're one of the freest human beings that's ever lived. Or, like, they live in a time that is a lot easier than other times. They have a lot more abundance, and it's debatable whether or not it's all that it's worth anything. It's debatable if it's better than 100 years ago, but it's just like I look at it, I'm like, man, dude. These ideologies, they're bitter and resentful and miserable, and that's all they are. There's no redemption, there's no forgiveness, there's no understanding. It's just a bunch of people, a bunch of stinking thinking. Miserable people that just sit around and try to prove that they're the most miserable. That like, and it reminds me of, like, drug addicts in rehab who argue which one of them was the bigger fuck up, and it's like a competition, which one of them committed the worst crimes in pursuit of their addiction, in pursuit of the monkey on their back, which one of them had the most reckless abandon or balls to commit the more egregious crime. I mean, bro, it is it's pretty incredible. Like, and it's funny because I remember I would do it, like the war stories and stuff, and I remember thinking to myself one time, I was like, I can't even believe, like, this is the height of absurdity. I am arguing with this guy. I'm measuring. We're in a dick measuring contest with which one of us is the bigger piece of shit. Which one of us is the bigger scumbag? Which one of us deserves to be, put in front of a firing squad more than the? Not really, but, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, for real though, and it's just I laugh about that too. It's kind of pathetic, like there's this machismo about, like, it's just kind of like being a man. You kind of have to outdo the other guy, and that's I got kind of a laugh out of it at the time.
Same mass migration, the same concentration of wealth in a tiny number of hands. Like, it's a recognizable pattern. It's not just the United States, it's the West, and particularly the English-speaking West, has been destroyed.
Yep.
And I don't think it's an accident. I don't think it's organic at all. I mean, clearly it's not. It's happening in all these different countries since the end of the Second World War. The supposed victors of the war have all been destroyed in exactly the same way. What is that? Now,
to be bitter about what they've done to us, about how they've stripped everything away from us, stripped us of all the things, our rights, stripped us of all the things that we thought, we didn't have to worry about. We're civil. We're a civilized people. We have democracy and this and that, and they showed us how robust it really is. Not very. And it's like, bro, it's so easy though to get, like, to be bitter about it. Be like, these assholes, what scum, man. Like, they sacrificed all those lives. Like, it's sad, honestly.
Well, in some ways, I think that's true, and it's definitely true that the United States has some form of oligarchy, a small number of power holders that wield essential, might and militarism. And
see, no matter what, though, no matter what, the power belongs to the few, no matter what, homeboy. I'm not going to sit here and bitch about or whine and commiserate with anybody because power is in the hands of the few. It's always been that way, and it will always be that way. And I don't see any point in complaining about it. Okay, we can argue around the margins about how how many individuals it should be, but no matter what, anything that pretends reality's not that way. I mean, it's a facade, it's a lie. People are, if somebody tells you that that there's a way to make it so that the few don't have power, all the power, they're lying to you. They are lying to you. That's not the way the world works. Like overwhelmingly, the few always more or less control the destiny of the many. But it's like, that's not all there is, though. Like how the at the end, like ultimately, I don't think all of us control America. I mean, we should, but like ultimately, though, it's always gathered in a select few. Always. It's like, how much power are we talking about? And how is it wielded? Like arguably, and it's, I think, like, we have to accept it, but some situations are worse than others. How much of my life is affected by these people, because they can have all the power. Honestly, as far as I'm concerned, I don't need any power if it doesn't affect me. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if I don't really care what direction or what about the bigger picture, as long as we're trending in the right direction. But like, I don't really care who holds the power. Honestly, I could care less. I don't really want the power myself. But like, as long as I have, a certain level of control over my own life, a certain level of power over my own life, I don't really care. I don't want the power. I don't want that. I'm perfectly content not being Hitler or not being, Donald Trump or any of these scumbags. I don't want to be the cause of anybody's death. You know what I mean? Like, because when you have that kind of power, bro, if you wake up a minute early, somebody could end up dead as a result. Like, yeah, no, I'm good. I don't want to. I'm not all that into myself for that.
Power in general over 330 million people. That is what Washington is. But much of that oligarchy is brought about through continual majority rule votes, not only among the populace to elect people, but then within Congress to keep those things as they are. The status quo spigots for the wars, for the welfare state, for the military contractors, the bomb makers in Raytheon and Lockheed Martin. We have the same regulatory apparatus. No matter who you elect, you're always going to have an income tax and a central bank to devalue your currency. So yeah, there's no revolution. It is an oligarchy, but it's brought about through majority rule votes that violate individual rights. That happens every single day. Yeah. That's not the system that the U.S. founders called for. They wanted republicanism where there were safeguards for individual rights, that you couldn't just vote someone's property away on the basis of majority rule votes. But yet that's what happens. That's the worst manifestation of democracy in so many ways. And you might say, hey, that's not ideal democracy. Not everyone is voting on every policy like in the Greek polis or something like that. But that is one manifestation of it. And, democracy has always been viewed as a tool that the elites have historically to render someone's property to go away, to vanish, if it has enough.
A lot of evil shit can be done in the name of the majority. We discovered that a long time ago. If you can get the majority to go to go along with something, you can do some evil, evil shit. And like that's like he said, it can be used kind of like a cudgel or a weapon. The democracy thing. I mean, and we all like lynch mobs are a thing. That's when the majority of a community, decides that they don't like somebody so much. I mean, hell, when the Nazis went into Poland, bro, they didn't have to go looking for Jays. They didn't have to go looking for them. Everybody's neighbors turned them in. The Nazis said, "Hey, you guys can have their shit if you tell us who they are." People turn their own neighbor like, hell, he's one of them. He's one of them right there. Because people are jealous. People are jealous, envious. They want what their neighbors got. So if somebody says, "Hey, you can have his shit if you turn him over, if you tell us what, how to get him." And that's kind of how that worked, like the Nazis didn't have to twist anybody's arm. The Poles, I mean, it's not that hard to get people to turn on each other. Like, people are very, they're a lot like animals, a lot like animals indeed, and their skins as much as thick as animals too, they don't take criticism very well.
Popular support. And I'd say that it doesn't matter how many people want to confiscate my house, confiscate my wealth, put me under surveillance, conscript me to the state. It doesn't justify that if you happen to get 50.1% of the populace to agree to that.
I'm not sure I understand the answer fully, but I'm pretty good at pattern recognition, and I'm telling you, it's of a piece. And it's totally wrong, and it's resulted in the suffering and death of a lot of people. Yep. And so, to the extent I can have any control, clearly I have no control over anything. I couldn't stop the Iran war, but I'm still.
But like I was saying, bro, they have engendered a lot of misery as a result of these machinations and this skullduggery. That poor girl that I was talking about, dude, she is in hell right now because of these sons of bitches. This woman, she thinks reality. I mean, the reality that she lives in is hell, man. She thinks everybody's out to get her. She's never felt the touch. She's never felt the touch of a man. Like, bro, she's been robbed of the human existence. She's been robbed of her God-given right to experience humanity, to experience life, children, a family, a husband. Like, bro, they are robbing people of this, and it's despicable. It's it's a hell of a lot more evil than Hitler. That's for damn sure. This stuff is diabolical, dude. It's bad, man. Because this isn't something that you can just fight a war and win. Like, bro, these people are going to continue to suffer. They're going to continue to influence other people. This is like, it's like a chain reaction, bro. And we're going to feel the ripples from this crap forever. You can't just, oh, we're going to fight a war and we'll kill them all and that'll be it. No. Bro, we're going to be struggling with this for a long time yet. And these people, they deserve to go to hell.
I'm going to keep trying because I think this is so immoral.
Moral. There you go again. You use that word a lot.
Yes.
I think you're onto something. I mean, you know what our defense budget was in like the 1950s? It was about $13-14 billion. Today it's almost $2 trillion.
That's crazy.
And our defense was better back then than it is today because back then it was based on a need. It was existential. It was moral. It was about we have to come together to defend our country. I don't think that's what it's about today.
I feel like back then, the politicians were more serious. They took things seriously. They had a healthy respect for the responsibility that everybody else put in their hands. They had a healthy reverence, you know, and and because of the sanctity of leadership and of office. You're holding so many people are dependent on you, and not only are they dependent, but a lot of people, you're gonna change a lot of people's lives. A lot of people are gonna be made miserable. A lot of people's lives are gonna be ended because of you, are going to be destroyed, or going to be this or that. Any number of negative things. And what matters though is, did more people's lives get better? You know what I mean? Because no matter what, if you have any impact on the world, most likely some people are going to die from it. It's ripple effects and constant. Just there's a good chance of that, happening for whatever reason. If you have influence in the world, things are going to happen as a consequence of your influence. But and that's a tragedy, of course, but it's truly a tragedy if you haven't made, at least an equal number of people's lives better. Like, that should be at least the calculus. Yeah, some people may, their some people their lives may be made worse because of it, but those people could have been billionaires, and maybe they lost a bunch of money and now they're only a millionaire or a multimillionaire. They're not a billionaire anymore. Okay. You made somebody's life worse, but you hope, and it's like that. If you're an officer in the military, guys are going to die because of the choices you make. And that's why you have privileges. That's why, there's officers clubs. You don't have to do certain things. There's a lot of privilege. Same thing with politicians. That's why they get the privilege, because there's a heavy lies the crown, or heavy lies the crown. That's a lot of responsibility. It's a lot of pressure, a lot of weight. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. Isn't that what they say? Heavy is the head that wears the crown. Yeah, and it's true. But there's privilege to deal with the downsides of the job. There's a lot of upsides. So it's like, and they start to think, it's kind of messed up. They start to think that they have those privileges because they're just better people, actually. Like their genetics are better. You know what I mean? Like, it's unfortunate that happens, because it's not the case. It's like people wonder why supervisors get paid more. It's not because they do more. Not at all. It's because they are responsible for decisions and mistakes and consequences of that they didn't make. Supervisors, they get paid more because they're responsible for things they didn't do. It's their job, and that's why they get paid more. That's the job, is to be responsible for other people. And when other people make mistakes, the buck stops with them. They answer for those people and their mistakes, because they're supposed to be making sure that they don't happen. But like, there needs to be a healthy respect for the privileges, but also there needs to be a healthy respect on the part of the employee, that that somebody else gets paid more, because they take responsibility for more. If something goes wrong, they even if you do something wrong, they will get punished. And that's why they get paid more. I mean, it's certain things, like, you might get fired for doing something, but like, a lot of times they take flack for stuff that you did. And I think that is cause for people to get paid more. You know, somebody has to take that responsibility. And, you know, people that will, you know, the conscientious people and it's the same thing with a business, you know, like when I did tree work, if somebody that, you know, an employee of mine, if they did something boneheaded that, you know, damaged somebody's property, you know, whether or not it was my, like, you know, it's my job is not to try and get out of taking responsibility for it. You know, the whole reason why they hired me was so that because I was going to take responsibility for what happened, you know, and that, you know, that's me assuring the homeowner, yeah, if anything happens, I will make it right. You know, I mean, there's something to be said for like, and that's why I do get it from the businessman's perspective as well. You know, it's not easy taking the risk of speculation. Everybody talks shit about speculators, but you know, there is a certain amount of risk. It's like gambling, bro. I'm not trying, like, bro. Yeah, there's a lot of money to be made, but you know, it's like there's a lot of money to be lost too. I work really hard for my money. Always have. I don't like losing it. You know, and that's why, you know, capital, we owe capital a certain amount of due respect, but, you know, and capital owes labor and owes them a certain amount of due respect. And it just seems like we haven't been getting our due respect. We respect the politicians, we respect the business, the bosses. For some reason, labor just I get no respect at all. You know, Rodney Dangerfield, we get nothing. Get we get nothing, and we're told to like it. You'll take what you get, and you'll like it. See, Humphrey Bogart status, bitch. You will you'll take you know you'll accept me slapping you, and you're gonna like it too. You know, I'm gonna slap you. You're gonna accept it, and you're gonna like it. Whether you know, like that's John Wayne or kind of a Humphrey Bogart attitude. You know, you'll take it and you'll like it, bitch. You'll take what I give you and you will like it. That's just how we've been getting that's the treatment that we've been getting for the last 20 years. Is that you will take what we give you and you'll like it because you have no other choice. It's like, bro, people are only going to take that shit for so long, man. Like because there is there whether they like it or not, it like isn't it like it's like a trifecta or a triangle, you know, you have the state, capital, and labor. You know, and there's a reason why labor is like on the same on the on par on the same level as capital because it's equally as important. It's equally as much sway, as influence, as power as capital. At least at the moment, that's the way it is. Who could say in the future? Anyway, fellas, yeah, it's been a long stream, man. I don't know why. I guess I did have coffee at like 4 or 5 o'clock, so that's could be a reason for that. But anyway, yeah, I appreciate you guys watching. You know, there's a good chance I might do another stream this weekend, maybe tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, I will see you guys on Monday. If anything, for sure, I'll see you guys on Monday evening. Anyhow, enjoy you guys' weekend.